And we are live. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday to everyone. Thank you so much for joining us another Friday. Welcome to Mystic Sensation Live with your host Baron and Anne. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent viewers. Happy Friday to those in the chat. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward to a wonderful and restive weekend. Thank you so much to those who recently joined the Mystic Sensation family and subscribe. We really appreciate each and every one and the support that we're getting. Really appreciate it. And guys, remember when you come in, thumbs up the live. And if you can, share us out. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. And the title for tonight is, or the topic for tonight is, the politics that enriches a few and suffers many. But before we get into the discussion, I just want to send out deepest sympathy to the little 8-year-old girl and her family who suffered a very gruesome ordeal. I am really lost for words as to what is happening with our nation and the children, because the children are our future and we don't seem to be taking care of our children. And in doing that, we're not taking care of our future. Now, a little helpless 8-year-old girl on her way home from school. It's just mind-boggling as to what could have been going through that person who took that little girl and then slashed her throat. But God was on her side that she survived. According to the news, she went through surgery and it was successful. And she is stable and recovering. I'm just hoping she continues to recover physically. But psychologically, mentally, it's going to be a long road, because at that tender age to have endured such a trauma, it's not going to be easy for her. So I'm hoping that, the authorities and the powers that be will help the parents so that she can get the counseling and the support that she's going to need. And I pray to God that the person who did this will be caught in due time and the full length of the law will be, meted out to this person. The punishment must fit the crime. And we need to start, really punishing these people who are doing these gruesome acts, because it's not getting any better. And each time they go through the penal system, they just get a slap on the wrist and they're back out there doing what they're doing, what they were doing before. I know some people will make a change, but a lot are not making any changes, and it's just getting worse and worse, and we need to take care of our children. Okay, so again, our deepest sympathy to the little girl and her family and friends, and we pray that she continues to recover, and we are hoping that she will get the help that she will need to recover psychologically, because our wounds will heal physically, but the psychological wounds, a lot of time, those don't really heal. Okay, so with that being said, I'm just gonna welcome those in the chat, and then I'm gonna turn over to Byron. Okay, so Truck Life, welcome, happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining. Enough love and appreciation for all that you do, says Truck Life. Thank you so much, and thank you for your continued and undaunting support. Really appreciate it, and really appreciate each and everyone who comes over on a Friday and spend some time with us to discuss the issues. Okay, Jamaican Carlos was in the building earlier. Welcome. Happy Friday. RG, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Moya's Way, welcome. Happy Friday. Also, Arthur Phillips is in the building saying, good evening, family. Just tuning in. Good evening, Arthur. Welcome. Thank you so much. And he's saying, very sad, mystic, very cruel, very, very cruel. Arthur. And if this is how we're taking care of our future, then it's really sad, because the children are the next prime minister, the next doctor, lawyer, because we are only here for a little time, and they're going to be taking over. And if this is how we're taking care of our future, then we need to wake up and we need to change course. Okay, Chris, welcome. He said, big up everybody. Happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for joining. And Arthur is bigging up Jamaica and Carlos. So without any further delay, I am just going to hand over to Baron, who is just going to go into the discussion.
Well done, wifey, my co-pilot. Really appreciate that. Well, Jamaicans, locally and in the diaspora, first I want to say a big thanks to all of our listeners, all of our subscribers, and persons who help us to grow thus far. Really appreciative of that. Now, tonight I want to speak as it relates to the thumbnail, right? The politics that benefits a few, right, and suffers many. One of such discussion we will be speaking on, land, accessibility to land, right, as it relates to the common person, right, and particularly persons who are paying, donating to the National Housing Trust for years, 10, 15, 20 years, you name it, and still unable to become a landowner or see any form of progression in their lives. So we are going to address that tonight, but that is the main topic. So before I get there, I am going to discuss some issues, particularly that affect us throughout the course of the week. And of course, before I get into the main programs, one of such issues was that I have seen that Jamaican took a rejection as it relates to Canada, right? Allowing 13 other countries, giving them access for those who occupied the Canadian visa, right? They can, now access without a visa if they occupied any Canadian visa previously, and so forth. And persons, right, different views as it relates to their perception, right? And people are venting. Some feel that, Jamaicans have been treated a way which is not fair, based on the marginalization of that visa access. But I want to say something towards Jamaica before we enter into the program. And I want us to really have a deep search as to why, the possible reasons that we were rejected. And of course, I am going to use, because you know that when Mystic Sensation touches any topic, we are going to do some deep dive. We are going to bring forth history, right? And definitely we are going to go a little bit deeper for us to understand the issues that are affecting us. If you notice that there were 3 countries that did not get the opportunity as those 13 countries. And I'm going to list those 3 countries: Jamaica, El Salvador, and Haiti. For me saying that to you, you'd have now understood that the rejection has to do with, of course, the overall conduct of us, our politics per se, but the general behavior, right, of our people, including our leaders who lack the morals. El Salvador, I'm going to give you some reasons, right? Now, if you make the comparisons with those 13 countries that were given access, you'd realize that the crime rate that we have, we are going to talk now, Jamaican people, we are going to talk. The crime rate that we bear over 20 years, my Jamaican people, we have seen a crime rate that extended over 1,000 murders per year, 1,000 homicide per year. And it is not like Jamaica is at war. You have places in like Afghanistan who is not seeing that total, and they have active wars. So then, something must wrong with the psychosis of our people as it relates to our crime issues. We have tried multiple Minister of National Security. We have tried multiple Commissioner of Police. But somehow, we can't seem to have a hold on the homicide rate taking us over 1,000. Now, if you look in El Salvador, it's partially similar, chaos. If you look in Haiti, partially similar, chaos. But if you compare the other 13 countries, nothing like that. So I want Jamaican people to think. I want Jamaican people to think. When you look on the 13 countries, they have not experienced such homicide rate that the 3 countries, those 3 particular countries that we're not a part of. And to look at it, you have to now consider that other countries, right, who building their society and want to emphasize safety and security. The cultures of these 3 countries, Jamaica, El Salvador, and Haiti, having those sort of dilemma, crime rates. These countries, right, who are saying that, no, Jamaica need required visa to travel to their country because they have to process. They have to be zoomed in on, right? They have to be scrutinized, right? Because of our behavior. Now, the second thing, when we looked on our conduct, we have seen a blatant series of robberies hitting the banking system as it relates to beryllium. The world has witnessed that. It is not anything that is hiding. The daring robberies that include taking of someone's life, attack on the banking system. These countries are scared of mindset like that. You don't think our actions are hurting us? Our actions are hurting us. To every action, there is an equal and an opposite reaction. Countries are looking in, and they have been marveled as it relates to our behavior. The third thing that I want to speak about is the business of good governance, and where our politics reach the core, the deepest core of corruption. So then what is it that our leaders can speak to the ordinary citizens, telling them to stay away from crime, when the leaders of our country, as it alleged, mixed up in skullduggery, nepotism, cronyism, mixed up in SSL? Yes, that is the truth. And so then our Jamaican politicians can polish what they want to polish. But it looks bad. It looks rather terrible. It's nasty. When outside entities are looking on us, looking on our type of politics. When we see our leaders who agreed on policies, who formulate laws, and they, after signing, after voting for those policies, they themselves breaking them. They themselves mash down the curtains of checks and balance. They themselves put respective people in respective areas to ensure that their corruption being protected. So then, please understand why other countries outside are not going to be readily accept us in the way we believe that they should accept us. You have a saying said, check yourself before you wreck yourself. And believe you me, the journey that we are currently on, we are sending ourselves to the abyss and make life difficult for every single Jamaican as it relates to our behavior. We have no leaders. What the country is lacking for right now as we speak, we are in a place where our citizens lost the trust in this government. Where our citizens lost the trust in our criminal justice system. We have seen where the poor being suppressed and agencies that's supposed to work and help the poor has pushed aside. We have seen and witnessed our middle class being eroded. And we have seen the few being benefited through nepotism, cronyism, and skullduggery. So that is that in terms of my 2 cents that I am adding to that. So then I am going to step now into the program, right? And I am going to speak on certain issues that definitely is affecting us as it relates to, Tara said, we are on the fast track to nowhere. It's no joke, Tara, trust me. Now, I am going to show you, right, a video. And when we're talking about representation politics, it is very serious. It is very, very serious. But before I get into that, I want to remind Jamaican people something that is extremely important. If we notice, it seems like there's no plan for the parish council election. And this is fundamentally serious. The parish council election is definitely embedded in our constitution for it to be held at a particular time. But we have seen the politics of the day, for whatever reasons they are, keep on pushing it aside. So what I'm going to say to the Jamaican people, because we have seen where this government breaking constitutional norms. We have seen where Bro God taking on the title in his autocratic stance and autocratic manner and pushing against the rails of justice. Our constitutional norms have been overlooked and pushed aside because the Prime Minister, by virtue, is Bro God. But Jamaica, we need to understand that as according to our constitution, every 5 years, we are to have a general election. And so then we are 2 years away from that general election. Don't be surprised if we don't get any local government election. Don't be surprised. I'm saying it to you, and I have my reasons. But we want to look forward for the general election. And what you're going to see, I'm going to prepare my Jamaican people, because I am pursuing what I call good governance. And I am pursuing a particular leader as it relates to history that is evident, bearing that Mark Golding is an honest person. In every angle that we look, and in every stones that we lift up and turn them over, we have seen Mark Golding coming up to be a beacon of light. I am not partisan. But if Jamaica needs to move towards nation building, move towards good governance, then we have to look towards someone who bears that character, or someone who bears those characteristics of good governance. Mark Golding have set an example as it relates to the Integrity Commission, signing the Code of Conduct, you name it. Mark Golding has declared his assets.
It's a 91% performance.
Right? And everything verified by the respective authority as it relates to the Integrity Commission. Majority of the members of Mark Golding team, as it relates to the People's National Party, have complied. And regardless of what people are saying, and this is Jamaica, I want to speak to you tonight. I'm pleading to you tonight. What do we want as Jamaica? As someone who can articulate with fire, as someone who can articulate with the punch and the zeal and so entertaining, the flair and the excitement. But if you look beyond the excitement, what will we get when we look beyond the excitement? Let me tell you what we get when we look beyond a particular person who articulates what some Jamaicans are talking about flair when it comes to Mark Golding, and he doesn't have the flair. But let me tell you what we get from the flair that you're speaking about. We have get from 2006 to 2009 the flairist of them all illegally sets up companies put persons there and solicit contracts illegally, evidently proven. Let me tell you what the flair brings. The flair would have knowing that SSL is a Ponzi scheme, but yet the flair, who doesn't have any integrity, had become part and parcel of a sin that victimizes our people. And so then when you look on the flair, is this you want? Do you want flair, or you want someone who can deals with nation building? And let me remind you about something again. Whenever bills are to be crafted in the parliament, it is not about flair that crafted those bills. It is not about flair that you can articulate the flair and crafted those bills. No. Loud noise and bagamouth don't craft bills. The skillful technician that Mark Golding is, drafting bills, deliberate on bills, meeting our objective decisions across two aisles, debating on the bills, and have it executed into law through the required processes. And those laws will stand to defend a nation and to build a nation. Wearing clocks and one time living in a one-room bedroom house on one campaign, and the next campaign you live in a two-room bedroom house. Those are not what legislate bills, crafted bills to become law. Jamaican people, you need to wake up. See what is happening to us. And so when we get rejection, right, our politics, our behavior, right, has to take in consideration. And so then, why would anyone be surprised? People are scared. Let me tell you something. Any society, any normal society would be scared when they look on Jamaica and seeing Beryllium being attacked on 3 different occasions and the sort of assault rifle being used and the taking of life. The amount of number 3 that we have in our country, the total disregard of life. You are going to tell me that a first world country like Canada, who has never ever experienced anything like that, is going to be happy. Is going to be happy to do what you believe you want them to do, and then you are surprised. If someone can tell me those are the countries that were accepted, someone in the chat, because I may not know, I don't know everything, right? I speak here today, right? Sometimes I go over other channels and I've been abreast with certain information. Sometimes I run over Jamaican Carlos, right? Sometimes, of course, I will listen to Andre. Sometimes I will listen to Reggae Dub Scene, right? And we sharpen each other with the information. If they touch something, I might touch something new, but we all shape and gear each other in building, giving and disseminating and processing information to our people, to set our people on that part. And to every channel, the Jamaican Carlos, Tara J blogs and dialogues, right, who engage. And this is the reason why this government being caught up, because social media becomes now that bearer of checks and balance. The Jamaica Labour Party is very much surprised that even when the Prime Minister tried to control 19 agencies within his department to control and manipulate, the Jamaica Public Broadcasting is one of those agencies. And there you go, there you have it, the manipulation. UIC cannot get to do certain promotion. What is that?
Can't get any airtime because
Cannot get any airtime.
Andrew blocking them.
Cannot get any airtime because that agency is under the Prime Minister's office, controlled. This is autocracy in the making. And so then UIC being blocked. It is unfair to UIC. And so then we have to look on these things. And so then let me tell you, Jamaica, what is going to happen. We have seen some media houses, mainstream media, who have their agendas because they are benefiting from the scarce benefit and spoils. The few who are benefiting at the cost of the majority. We have seen them now coming out and will defend the corruption. But if you check their background, they also in breach. We know of the mouthpiece machine that owed the country so many taxes. And so then what you expect of such behavior? Because he's getting a taste of the corruption being overlooked. What is crippling to the Jamaica Labour Party administration is the liberty of social media, voicing. What is critical to the Jamaica Labour Party is the evidence that we are putting in front of the people. And so then when we speak on topic, we will present the evidence. We are in the years of technology. Nothing cannot be hidden. We are here to make the people be aware. So I'm saying all of this to say that we must be prepared. To be prepared for what? The coming general election. What do we want to do? Send a message to corruptors. Send a message to corruptors. Send a message to non-performers. Send a message to members of parliament who don't have the care for the common man, knowing the sort of inflation that the Jamaican people are facing. And in spite of the inflation, you see it worthwhile that you are to take 200 and 300% raise. And yes, we know that you have quite a few people from the People's National Party as well want to side with your greed and your unconscionable mind, but it's okay, right? When people move on, it's okay, right? We have marbles and we have gems that can also replace them. What we want is checks and balance. And as I said, I wouldn't mind that People's National Party becomes the incumbent government and UIC put in opposition, giving that fatal wound to the Jamaica Labour Party, as they do deserve, as it relates to the level of corruption and the non-representation. And so then as we talk about non-representation, I'm going to show you something and show you proof because, Mystic Sensation like to do deep dive. So then I am going to, of course, have my co-pilot bring up a video, and this is what I want to show people. I want to show people when you have to be prepared, right? Because right now, what you're going to have some members of parliament know that, okay, we are 2 years away from general election. We need to clean up certain mess now. So we are going to go out there. We're going to promise jobs. We're going to do this. We're going to build bridges. We're going to do this, and we're going to do that. But guess what? I am going to bring back history. And right now, let me show you something on this video so that when they come around,
making empty promises.
Right? Making their empty promises as usual. We are going to remind them that they have gotten their fair years of chance. Years of chance. And so then, if you notice, they didn't do anything in the evolving of those years. But the election season is coming. They have all the answers for the election seasons. But let me show you something and bring back a little history as well. So let us bring up the clip with the flooding. And I am showing you this as it relates to the sort of representation that the Jamaican Labour Party members of parliament, right, are given to the Jamaican people. Let us see for yourself. Let us see, and they want 200 and 300%. So let me show you this clip.
Okay, so welcome to everyone who's joined in. Happy Friday. Really appreciate each and everyone who's here. So it's a lot to go through as usual, so I'm just trying to find the right one.
Okay.
Okay, this one, you want this one first? This is 2023. 21 first.
Major police operation at...
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Share.
So what I'm going to share with you, right, I'm going to show you a flooding in the Montego Bay area. And I'm going to talk on this after we view this. Look at this, people.
Play your part. That plea from Councillor of Montego Bay South Division and Deputy Mayor Richard Vernon. Mr. Vernon is urging residents to stop the illegal dumping in gullies as it's a major contributor to flood.
There was mayhem in the city of Montego Bay, St. James, following just a few hours of rainfall on Tuesday. Sections of Barnett and Creek streets were impassable. Montego Bay is not new to flooding when it rains. Councillor for Montego Bay South and Deputy Mayor Richard Vernon admits he's concerned whenever it approaches the hurricane season.
I'm worried because I know that we already have some inherent vulnerabilities that once they are exacerbated, they can cause problems. So I'm always worried. And there are certain things that we can't change, but there are certain things that we can improve upon so that we can abate some of the risk associated with the vulnerabilities that we have.
It is why he is urging residents to be more responsible with the disposal of their garbage.
I noticed that some of them have upgraded the type of waste that they throw in our gullies, from plastic bottles and small pieces of waste to mattresses, beds, stoves, refrigerators, old ones, you name them. These things are even more dangerous than the plastic itself because it creates a hindrance in the flow of water and causes the...
Grandpa, when I found the bird, I prayed, God, you made this poor little...
the gully to overflow its banks quicker than we anticipate.
He says the municipal corporation has met and drain cleaning activities have started, especially in areas deemed critical drain areas.
There is this one that we have, it is very much damaged, and it is in the railway lane area. and we are about to undertake works. This project has been approved since last year. However, due to some procurement, ebbs, we have been slow to start the construction or reconstruction of this drain, but it is going ahead now.
Okay. All right. So, people, what I want you to take note of, this is just a couple of days that flood happened. Now, I am going to play you another clip from last year. From last year.
Can use it here before that too.
The same thing happened. Play the clip. I want to, we are coming to something, people. So we are going to play, remember, this that I showed you happened a couple of days. So we are going to go into 2022 and show you what happened in 2022. All right, just bear with us, people. We have some.
Okay, here.
Okay, all right, we got it. Share it.
All right.
So, people, this clip is 2022.
Yesterday, floodwater swept away a vehicle carrying 4 members of a family. Now, 2 of those members were rescued, 2 were not, and 12-year-old Janelle Walters, a first form at Montego Bay High School, drowned. Her body has been recovered. The body of her, or I should say her grandmother, is still missing and feared dead. Now, the 2 members who were rescued thanks to the heroic efforts of several men who were in the vicinity of Westgate when the vehicle was being swept away. And earlier this afternoon, I spoke to one of them, O'Shane Lawrence.
I have a fruit bridging out by the road. They call him Scary. Otherwise, I'm fireman. So, me, decide to go over install and go chill with him. Because that is the right place where easier for me to get a drive.
Where is the stall exactly?
Right in front, Old Trinity Church. We out there and see where in the water get higher on the road. And watching the vehicle, them how them have response going through the water. So
Hold on 1 second for me. When you're talking about the water getting high, was this the river coming over onto the road, or is just the water running on the road?
The river coming over on the road. Otherwise, the water running on the road also too.
Okay, all right, go on.
Me and him and I stall and 2 more other man and the water get higher, that vehicle, water start passing, wheel mark now gone up a bonnet. Almost they reach up on car top. So we see some of them are struggle to come through same way.
When you say the water nearly reach up to the car top, you mean the water pass the door and they up at the window of the car, and the car still go through the water?
Yeah, man. Still I go through the water.
So
me feel say who feel for them brave, But me, you don't take the chance, no matter if me have when me have a mother, weather, still.
Okay. All right, people. There's something that I want to show. So I show you what happened a few days ago. I show you something that happened last year. And if you Google 2020 Montego Bay flood, if you will see the flood. If you Google 2019, you will see the flood. If you Google 2018, you see the flood. So by me saying this, people, you definitely know what I am driving at. And here you have Mr. Vernon, Deputy Mayor, is saying, we know about the vulnerabilities, and yes, we are in progress to have them fixed. But it's some procurement rules and we are trying to get through the procurement rules to get them fixed. Jamaican people, that has been happening for years upon years upon years, and each time they come out, that is what they are saying. So I am showing you proof of the skillful articulation of these politicians when it comes to them telling lies, right? No representation at all. So the problem that he identified, right, is, of course, the obstruction of drainage and so forth and so forth. But this is the thing in terms of what we are going to discuss as it relates to the technocrats of Jamaica, the civil engineer, who they are bypassing these skillful technical people who supposed to make the plan, right? Who have the technical skills. But the reason why I'm showing you people is to show you that what is happening with our taxpayers' money, these corrupted members of parliament, mayors, councillors, you name it, right, is taking the money, giving it to their friends who have no idea. And so then the technical expert, they're not getting the jobs.
Because it's clear that infrastructure problem.
Right? This is definitely an infrastructure problem. And so then this is what required the skillfulness of our technocrats. But the government avoid all of that and will resort to their friends' political kickback. So the problem still reoccurring, and money gone into their pockets, lining their pockets, not doing anything at all. And so you're going to tell me, right, from God he knows when, over 10 years, right, we have problems like these cannot be fixed. And it is going to be there. Let me tell the people, and particularly for Montegonians who might be listening to me, you are going to have it straight up until the general election. It's not going to be fixed. Let me say this to you. It is not going to be fixed. That's why we have to change this political status quo. We have to fight against corruption, because it is corruption causing these problems to linger and to continue. Lives have been lost as a result of that. But the corruption continues and the problem continues. So this is what I want to show you. Now, I am going to step deeper, right, into more serious business. But before I step deeper into more serious business, I want to step outside of Jamaica and go international for a short while. And the reason why I'm going international for a short while is to tell our members of parliament, beware, it's just a matter of time. Beware, it's just a matter of time. So I'm going to step outside of Jamaica, show you something to warn our politicians. Because what I'm going to show you members of parliament will be heading down this pathway. So without any hesitation, let us play this clip and we will discuss it at the end.
This morning following a developing story, as sources tell ABC News, former President Donald Trump indicted on 7 counts of federal charges in a classified documents probe.
It is the first time a former president has ever faced federal charges. This comes after a month-long federal investigation into the mishandling of classified documents as Trump moved from the White House to his Mar-a-Lago home in Florida.
Megan Mitchell joins us from the newsroom with the latest developments on this story. And of course, Trump, as he does, wasted no time in firing back.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning to you, Mark and Kara. So this morning, former President Trump is proclaiming his innocence, calling that federal indictment related to his handling of those classified documents a hoax. Here's part of the video that he posted to his social media site.
I'm innocent, and we will prove that very, very soundly and hopefully very quickly.
A special counsel appointed by the Justice Department has been investigating whether Trump violated the law or put national security at risk by holding on to these documents that were marked classified at his Florida residence, Mar-a-Lago. Sources tell ABC News that Trump faces 7 charges, including conspiracy and at least 1 charge related to the Espionage Act. Just last year, the FBI seized more than 100 documents with classified markings from Mar-a-Lago, along with 43 empty folders with classified banners after Trump failed to comply with a subpoena to return the records. Trump has claimed everything there was declassified. Now, this is just one of several battles the former president is facing. In March, he was criminally charged in New York on 34 counts of falsifying records and bribing adult film star Stormy Daniels with hush money. He's pleaded not guilty to all of them. In May, Trump was found liable of sexual abuse in a civil case against columnist E. Jean Carroll. He also is facing another investigation.
Okay, my people, let me speak. The only reason for me, right, to show that, because I'm not going to discuss American politics. Americans, right, will have to discuss American politics. I am a Jamaican. But whatever global influence, right, that Mr. Trump have, this should be a lesson learned that if you continue to push against the guardrails of justice, one of these days, the justice guardrails will push back. And so then let us warn our government using that comparison. Let me warn you that in Jamaica, there is no one above the law. Things and time matters. We have 7 days of the week. And out of those 7 days, let me warn you, 1 day is going to push back. And when we have that pushback, we are going to see an unprecedented issue like what the United States is having. In our history of our politics, none of our prime minister has been processed. In the history of America politics, Donald Trump is the only president that has ever federally indicted. Lesson learned, Jamaica. Lesson learned that when America push us to a point and to have the global significance, to be a global significant influence on the world, and you reaches into a jam, it's either you're going to say to the world that we are going to be submissive under the corruption, or we are going to make an example out of you. My Jamaican people, this is the lesson. It's either we are going to be submissive under the corruption, or we are going to make an example out of them. That is my fundamental reason. So let me loosen up my shirt a bit and be flexible, getting into more deeper waters. And so then I build my background before I step into the Integrity Commission. Now, people, let me show you this. I am going to show you the 2016 electoral map. One will wonder why Byron is going to the 2016 electoral map. Don't worry. You know, Byron always explains. So let me show you the 2016 electoral map. And there's a reason why I am showing you the 2016 electoral map. Bear with me for 2 minutes and look on the map. What that I'm going to show you.
Okay, again, welcome everyone. Thank you to those who are recently joining. Really appreciate the continued support from each and every one. Okay, just gonna share that there.
Okay.
You want it big?
Yeah, let it big because I want them to see that.
No, that's how they'll see it. You want it big for your purpose?
Yeah.
Okay, there.
Okay. So when we look on the 2016 electoral map, what we have seen here, that on that general election within 2016, the Jamaican people decided that they want a very strong opposition. And so then the Jamaica Labour Party won 32 seats and People's National Party won 31 seats. Remember now, as it relates to the Constitution only allowed 63 sitting members of Parliament. So it has partially divided, right? 32 for the Jamaica Labour Party, 31 for the PNP. Take it down, let me talk to my wonderful listeners. Why the reason did I go there? Let me tell you the reason why I go there. And I am going to prove to Jamaica, locally and in the diaspora, that this government is corrupted to the core. So corrupted that the rules that they themselves implemented, the rules they are breaking. Now, I showed the 2016 map to show you that the Integrity Commission bill, I am not going to talk about the act now, that the bill that was drafted, voted on joint committee between the People's National Party and the Jamaican Labour Party.
It was a bipartisan bill.
A bipartisan bill. So, we know in the long talking, we in the facts finding, and we are show Jamaican people the history enough to understand the wickedness of this Jamaica Labour Party. And so then, a bipartisan bill as it relates to the Integrity Commission Act, they voted for it. They voted for it. Why they voted for it? I am going to show you the reason why they voted for it. So then, what I'm going to get to now is the Integrity Commission Act. So the bill was voted on by both members from the Jamaica Labour Party, People's National Party, and you have seen the electoral map 32-31. Now I'm going to show you some corruption. But before I show you the corruption, let me show you the mandate of the act. That both of them, saying that this is what we want. Both of them. So let me show you the mandate of the act and let you read. Share?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make sure it's been shared properly. Just give me a sec.
All right.
Okay, it's sharing properly.
Okay, so my wife will read that for you and read the mission.
Okay, so it's captioned Integrity Commission, United Against Corruption. So our mission: to combat corruption through the development, implementation, and enforcement of anti-corruption legislation, policy, and initiatives through our highly competent staff and efficient system, processes, and procedures. Our vision: the regional leaders in anti-corruption policy and legislative framework development, enforcement, and galvanizing partners towards realizing and sustaining a corrupt-free society for citizens, residents, and visitors. The core values: professionalism. The Integrity Commission is results-oriented. We take ownership of obligations, we keep knowledge and skills current and relevant, and we exercise good judgment with results-focused initiatives when the situation demands it. Integrity. The Integrity Commission is trustworthy, honest, and open with internal customers. Our staff members are sincerely receptive to the public. We are impartial and non-partisan. Fairness. The Integrity Commission employs actions, systems, and processes that are morally right and honorable. We are committed to equity, equality, decency, and courtesy. Accountability. The Integrity Commission assumes full responsibility for its actions. Resources entrusted to us, and we are committed to functioning with transparency in the interest of our country, customers, and staff. Transparency. The Integrity Commission is proactive in reporting on our performance and informing stakeholders of policies, processes, and decisions.
Take that away. So my wonderful Jamaican people, I bring you the mandate of the Integrity Commission Act that both the People's National Party and the Jamaican Labour Party voted on and agreed on. So let us go into the intricacies and let me prove to you how corrupt the Jamaica Labour Party government is. So then let me ask a question. Is the Jamaica Labour Party running a government as it relates to good governance are running a gang that breaking our constitutional norms that you same one voted on. So let me set that record clear. Now, let me show you. Now we all remember Azan. That Azan did not follow the steps within the procurement rules. Azan is a member of parliament, right? PNP, People's National Party. So I am showing you the fairness that the Integrity Commission come across with in terms of investigating who needs to be investigated, whether you are JLP, whether you are PNP, the level of integrity and fairness that the Integrity Commission come with. So then when Azan, right, go contrary to the procurement rules and help to build 10 sheds for, yes, some market people. It's a goodwill that came from his heart to help those market people. The fact of the matter, Azan did not follow the procurement rule guidelines. And so then, Integrity Commission, who tasked with the responsibility to ensure that the procurement rules are followed, and that is one of the reasons why I have so much respect for Greg Christie. So much respect for Greg Christie. Greg Christie charged, investigate, and found that Azan did not follow the procurement rules, and so a charge was forthcoming. Now, within that, Andrew Holness, Horace Chang, and you have two more, Desmond McKenzie, Babsy Grange. They all stated that Azan was wrong. And indeed, yes, Azan was wrong. But Andrew stated, quote, I cannot see myself as a member of parliament working with someone who admitted to corruption, end quote. That is what came out of the mouth of Andrew. And so then Andrew Holness agreed with the Integrity Commission findings then when it comes to Azan. Andrew Holness agreed with the finding. Andrew Holness agreed with the finding.
So it was a dark day in our politics.
Andrew Holness said it was a dark day in our politics. And so then, for him, the Integrity Commission was correct. The Integrity Commission dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's when it comes to Azan. Prime Minister Andrew Holness today, as we see people, 2006 to 2009, right? And during the time when he was accusing Azan, he simultaneously
himself
was involved in corruption. Listen, Jamaica, listen to me. Listen. Andrew Holness will do anything he will say anything. To Andrew Holness, I want for you to understand the mind that you are dealing with. As it relates to Andrew Holness, by any means necessary, let me quote Malcolm X, Andrew Holness will do what it takes to hold on to power. People, listen to me. It is that serious. It is that serious. A narcissistic politician we are dealing with. To him, he only see himself and his family benefiting and will do anything. And so then, when we see and witness that Andrew Holness' wife seated on the Integrity Commission oversight and having 19 agencies in his throughout his office. But let me show you something. And people, let me say this. Regardless of some people who don't like Mark Golding because, Mark Golding's style of politics is just low-key. Can you imagine? Really?
Not making enough noise.
Right? Mark Golding not making enough noise. But do they know how many bills that Mark Golding had been crafted? So then, let me show you that while you are saying that, this is what Mark Golding is doing. Play the clip on it.
Welcome again, everyone. Happy Friday. Thank you for joining in. Which one? This one?
Yeah.
MP Bass one? Yeah. Okay.
If you feel aggrieved about the report, put the material, point to the commission to where the specific issues are, and expect them to treat you fairly. Okay. And I would support you being treated, anyone in here being treated fairly. What I will not support is any attempt to undermine the legitimacy of the Integrity Commission, any attempt to undermine their powers or their mandate. I think it's very important that we avoid doing that. And no matter how much you want to howl, it's not going to affect me enough. I've said and I maintain that I've noticed a trend for the government members in Parliament through the Oversight Committee or the committee that's reviewing the Integrity Commission to seek to dismantle its powers in some ways that would, I think, neuter it and make it ineffective. I caution against that. I think the Integrity Commission needs to be nurtured as a young institution and supported so it can fulfill its mandate of trying to eradicate corruption in this country, which is one of the most serious problems this country faces. And I think it's very important that Parliament not send a signal that would be interpreted by the wider public as suggesting that we are at odds with that motive. Now, insofar as fairness to individuals is concerned, I think it's important that individuals be treated with fairly. And where the Integrity Commission transgresses in that regard, I expect them to correct that in an appropriate manner, as they have done with this addendum. To the extent that the member for St. Mary, Western, feels he has not been treated fairly, I expect him to put the material before the commission, which would put them in a position to adjudicate that matter, and they can respond accordingly. But it is important that the Integrity Commission see fairness as part of what is their mandate. On the other hand, anything to do with reducing their powers, curtailing the scope of their investigatory mandate, their prosecutorial mandate, will not have my support. I am very much in favor of that institution being empowered to do its work, because corruption is a problem in the country. We have seen a lot of it over the last several years. As for the leadership code of conduct, I was sent it. I signed it. I encourage the Integrity Commission to allow the members of the shadow cabinet to also sign it. They said that they don't have a problem with that, and most have signed it. And I don't see why the other side is resisting. The addendum addresses an objection to the content of the report insofar as it, in a misleading way, omitted evidence that was given to the commission. And they have chosen to issue an addendum to respond to that. And as it happens, they agree with that criticism and they have corrected it in relation to the matters raised by that person. In relation to the rest of the report, which largely affects the member for Western St. Mary in his then capacity as minister, the addendum says the Director of Investigations sees no reason at this time to disturb the remainder of the report of the former interim Director of Investigations. The report had been done by a predecessor. So what I read that as saying is that based on the material that they have seen or heard, they don't see any reason to change their ruling on those matters. It is for the member to raise those issues with them in a convincing way if he feels aggrieved, as was done by the person who they have responded to here.
Put it this way.
Recordings.
Let me say something to you, my Jamaican people.
Hey, it's Dana.
Let me show you something, my Jamaican people. And let me speak. And I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. That it will be a fundamental shame on us if we have this person, because I don't see color in my politics, as Nigel Clark does, and calling him Master Mark. What I see in my politics is honesty and integrity. For those who believe that Mark Golding don't have the flair, how would you want him to say it there? You want him to shout that out? Eh? He had spoken so eloquently.
We all understood the words that came out of his mouth.
A message, an information that we all understood. That in the pursuit of good governance, we should, as it relates to the government, not interfering with the objectives per policy as it relates to the Integrity Commission. So then, Mr. Government, if you are not doing anything that you need to cover up, Jamaican, listen to me. If this government is not doing anything that they need to cover up, then there would be no need to muzzle the Integrity Commission. If my wife is going to make an utterance that I don't want her to make, I am going to muzzle. So then, what are you hiding, Mr. Prime Minister? What your government is hiding that you need to inject Section 53 to muzzle the Integrity Commission investigation, that their investigation has to be tabled in Parliament before they can speak on it. My ardent listeners who listen to me, they are asking me, Mystic Sensation, we heard of 2 members of parliament who are not filing accordingly, and where the Integrity Commission cannot verify who are these 2 other members of parliament. So then let me ask, so when the Integrity Commission tabled a report in parliament, and it happens to identify members of parliament corruption, you are asking the Integrity Commission to table it. It has to be tabled in parliament, so then you can disagree and file 13 it, so then the public don't hear. So what happened to the reports that the Integrity Commission filed? What happened to the reports, all of the reports that the Integrity Commission tabled? Why are we not hearing anything? Because the corrupted government ensure that they can control, intercept, and file 13 those reports. This is not transparency. Jamaican people, wake up. This is not transparency. We need accountability of our government. If we have a government that is caring for us and caring for the people, why information need to be withheld from us? What are you hiding? What are you hiding? What are the reasons that you are muzzling the Integrity Commission? And so then, we are saying, we don't trust, and this is where I'm going. I am going to play Marlene Manafort. Perception. Can you imagine? This is someone, bring up Tara. This is someone who wants to shape constitutional reform. So let me show you and give you the perception of Marlene Manafort, who wants to shape our constitutional reform. Listen what she has to say.
Okay, welcome up, Tara.
Welcome, Tara.
Thanks for joining the panel. Let me just...
Hey, blessings to everyone. You can hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you loud and clear, and we love the voice.
Yes, so as usual, good program.
Thank you.
And for those, if there's anybody new in the chat, by now you realize that the information on this channel is fact-checked. It is coming from major source. Let me say that first.
There you go.
So it's nothing made up over here, people.
All right. Thank you for that, Tara. Sentiment. You know, we are professional investigators, you know. So
yes.
We do our thing the appropriate way. All right.
And credit the source.
All right. And we credit our sources.
Yes.
We don't hide our sources. We credit them.
Exactly.
Sorry, excuse me. Farron is saying, explain to the listeners what is file 13, I think.
Okay.
Because I think some people might not.
All right. So when we say file 13, it simply means that someone put away whatever report, right, into a place, and, you know, where it is never, you're never going to hear anything about it. So file 13 simply means that they dump it, right? They lock it away for good, for life. Right? They don't want anything to do with it. That's what just basically file 13 mean when we said file 13. And thank you for that in terms of asking me to explain that. All right.
Okay, so Let me play the video.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
that one.
All right. So this is what Marlene Manafort is saying, people, and I want you to listen. The person who want to do constitutional reform. So listen to our mindset.
And as you can see, it's dated 6th of June, and it's Integrity Commission rebukes Wholeness Administration.
All right. So listen what Miss Marlene Manafort point of view is.
Okay, so the war of words between the country's parliamentarians and the members of Integrity Commission intensifies. So this is what...
The statement runs for 20 paragraphs. It contains 17 points. It opens by alluding to this comment by Minister Marlene Malahoo Fort.
Because we know the Integrity Commission has been putting out in the media who has signed to some code that they have put out and who hasn't signed.
Right.
And instead of requesting a formal meeting with either the cabinet or the parliamentary body, they've gone all over the place with a shaming approach.
The commission says it's surprised by the comments in light of the facts of the situation. It also accuses the Information Minister Robert Morgan of making comments which may have confused Jamaicans. It says the leadership code it has proposed is recognized throughout the Commonwealth as the 7 principles of public life. These principles, it says, are honesty, openness, accountability, and integrity. The Commission says these principles are non-negotiable. The Commission says despite writing to Prime Minister Andrew Holness and Opposition Leader Mark Golding from November 15, 2022, only Golding and 10 members of his shadow cabinet have signed the commitment. Mark Golding is identified as the first public official to sign the code. The Integrity Commission says the leadership code came into existence after the Prime Minister himself requested that its executive director, Greg Christie, speak to the cabinet regarding corruption. It says out of that invitation, specialized workshops were developed and administered to members of the cabinet and shadow cabinet. But the commission says more than 6 months later, and despite the Prime Minister initiating the training sessions, Andrew Holness has neither signed the code nor responded to the letter inviting him to do so. It says no other member of the government has signed. The commission says it's unfortunate that Minister Malahoo Fort has taken issue with the commission while remaining silent on the failure of the Prime Minister and her cabinet colleagues to sign the document. In a show of defiance, it says, despite Malahoo Fort being perturbed by its comments about those who have signed the document, it will continue to publish those names in the public interest. The commission has also reminded Malahoo Fort that she was a member of the parliament which passed its governing act, mandating it to prepare codes of conduct and other advisory material relating to corruption. The Seymour Panton-led commission says there is no legal requirement for any public official to sign the leadership code. But it says the signing by an official is a clear demonstration to the people of Jamaica of the standards of integrity, governance, and accountability that should be expected. And in particularly striking language, the commission notes that a failure on the part of any Jamaican political leader to sign will also signal to Jamaicans the type of leadership and accountability that should not be expected from that person. This section is sure to raise eyebrows, as no member of the Andrew Holness government has signed the document. The commission says it will now maintain a permanent record of those who have signed on its website. The anti-corruption body concludes its missive by asserting it will not be frightened or intimidated out of acting in the public interest. It says it will also not subject itself to undue influence or the desires of any person or authority while discharging its lawful functions. Ricardo Brooks for Nationwide News.
Thank you. So people, my Jamaican listeners, right? And of course, in the diaspora, right? You've heard it for yourself as it relates to the stand that the Jamaica Labour Party had taken. None of its members signed the code of conduct. So then officially as it relates to Mystic Sensation, this government is a rogue government, right? And so then I'm not going to spend much time with Marlene Motherford.
Let me just say something on the code of conduct. It's good that they came up with that code of conduct, but I think where they made the mistake was when they said that they are not obligated to sign it. It's out of goodwill. It should have been mandatory that before they even take an oath to go into office, that should have been signed. And moving forward, I think they need to change it to make it mandatory. You cannot take your oath and you cannot go into office unless it's signed.
Excellent point. Excellent point. And that's why you see, I am flying with my co-pilot, and I remember 3 stripes. She having she a sergeant. Right. So when we lift off, right, we are going to land the plane safe. Always guarantee that. You understand? My co-pilot is that good. Now, and she's right. Right. It should be mandatory that they sign the code of conduct. But I mean, they are who they are, and we need to accept what they are saying. Who they are, to accept that. All right. So, Tara, before I go into my main topic that I want to hit so far, because that main topic is so passionate to me, because I deal with the lands. How they have been treated. So I want to get into that. Anything that you want to say?
All right. Let me piggyback on what Madam Sergeant, Lieutenant, and everything in one just said.
All right.
As it relates to giving them an option to sign that document is the worst thing that they could have ever done.
Exactly.
Just like when the doctor is finished and he has to take a Hippocratic oath.
Yes.
Teachers do have to do the code of regulation. That's why the government could use it and beat them over them behind the other day when they decided to protest to get a little bit more money on their pay. You see them draft the code of regulation. They could do that because that is a part of it when you go to college, and you have to stand by the code of regulation, the code of ethics, the code of conduct.
So you saying that now, Tara, hold on. You saying that you're also telling us something, that these members of parliament did not want to be held responsible.
Exactly.
And so that's why they are not signing the code of conduct.
Exactly.
So that goes against good governance, Tara. That goes
that's why I was happy when wifey said that a while ago. And if you listen quickly before we move on, Miss Malahoo Fort, in her speech, she created a whole segue from the fact that they refused to sign because they don't want any accountability. And then she starts speaking about the brand, because if anybody was listening, they would realize that they are concerned about the brand, which is the JLP. You understand me? The Jamaica Labour Party, instead of the integrity that is supposed to lead them to sign and adhere to certain things. And that is what they do. My VP, when I go to Teachers College, used to say, many of us major in minor things. And that is exactly what the JLP government is doing.
Exactly. Thank you for that input, Tara.
But even as nurses, we have our code of ethics that we have to abide by as well. So I don't see why these people are refusing to sign.
Because you give them a choice. They shouldn't have gotten a choice. As you said, it should have been mandatory.
Yes. All right. Thank you for that.
And Malahoo should know better because she's from a judiciary background, so she should be setting an example.
You want fair piece of the pie and fair and must in Nigeria, no matter how small it and be. You want her to make them slap it out and marry.
Well, guess what, Tara? What I just exposed in terms of her perception as it relates to her viewpoint with the Integrity Commission is to show Jamaica that this is not someone who should be pioneering
exactly
the transformation of our constitution reform.
But we are in the habit of giving push butter. So what can you say? And we can't give push butter and not expect them to at least lick their lips.
And there you go. All right. So all right. So what we are going to venture in is my heartbeat. My heartbeat, because many Jamaicans are suffering as it relates to having a home and so forth. You know, many Jamaicans not having a home, right? Experiencing that, and you know, many NHT donors, right? Being, of course, paying their donations and not being benefited. But I want to show Jamaica, right? And let me say this, that it seems that the NHT, National Housing Trust, has now becomes a tool that has been utilized as it relates to political objectives to benefit the few, So then what I want to show Jamaican is the NHT mandate, right? The mission, the objective of the NHT to help the common person and the person who is well in need. Remember, that is the mandate of NHT. But now we are seeing NHT involved in programs with elite people that lift the cost of homes way over the head of the needy that they were set out to meet, going contrary against their policy. So then, just don't hear it from Mystic Sensation. Let me bring up the NHT mandate for all of us to read it and show you that the NHT has gone off their rails, right? And it seems as being corrupted by nepotism, cronyism, and skullduggery, right? So let us go into that and let me show the people what the mandate stands for, right, as it relates to NHT. So there it is, when I read it.
Okay, so about the NHT, the National Housing Trust was established in 1976 through an amendment to the National Insurance Act of 1976. We are entrusted with the mission of increasing and enhancing the stock of available housing in Jamaica, as well as providing financial assistance to the most needy of our contributors who wish to build, to buy, or to repair their homes. The NHT also has a mandate to generate funding for the housing construction sector and to promote improved building systems and greater efficiency within the industry. We are a statutory body primarily funded by deduction from employers and the self-employed, as well as from employees and voluntary contributors. Our contributors, business partners, directors, and staff have all played a vital role in the unfolding of the NHT.
Take that away.
The National Housing Trust.
Okay, take that away, honey. And we are going to definitely smooth into things. The NHT, as a card to the NHT mandate, right, is to aid the process of providing home for the most needy. So the priority here is the most needy. Let us take that in consideration. What it says, the mandate is to aid in the process of providing homes for the most needy. So we are going to play a clip on where we are going to see if majority of the Jamaicans feel that they have been supported, right, as it relates to NHT. So without any further ado, let us play that clip.
A big man I get those poor people now get no. Poor people now get no.
Yeah, and you see how help people feel all over Jamaica. If you have it, then we help you. Yeah, if you know if you talk to them and reason them, then we help you.
So you know nobody will get houses from them?
No.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Look at this. Somebody come and look at this.
Do you know nobody will get houses from them?
No.
Hello, future millionaires, and welcome back to my channel. I am Kayla K. And in this video, I'm in the busiest place in Jamaica, and that is Halfway Tree. And I'm here to find out what Jamaicans think about the NHT and whether or not they are providing opportunities for regular Jamaicans to own houses. I have also visited the parish of Manchester, so you'll be hearing views from persons in Manchester, in Kingston, and also St. Andrew. Remember to like the video, subscribe if you have not already done so, and let's go find out what Jamaicans think.
I need a roof over my head. I need a roof over my head. And pray.
So they all in choice of the big shot people, man. You know, they now go to the grassroots. You know, the grassroots people have no chance. You see, if you take a step, if you go to some community, because some people live, you know, right? Things bad, man. You know, and some millions of me of them are give for one room. Wicked. But poor people can afford that. Hmm? No, sir. Then go back to the drawing board and think about the poor. Yeah. Yeah. NHT. Think about the poor, not the rich.
All right. So what I love about NHT, one of the number one thing I love about NHT is that they open a possibility for the average Jamaican that's just working hard to create something for themselves. You don't have to buy a house with all the money. You don't need all the money. Just find an amount that you can work with, and they work with you. That's one of the number one thing I love with NHT. One of the other thing I love with them is that they make it affordable. They make it so, I would say, unique to the basic person, the person that just can find a monthly payment, that just can come up with a monthly payment and still find it to get them a home so they can be able to be comfortable with their family. Like, NHT is the best.
Long some more people have pay NHT, National Housing Trust and all them things upon them pay. And them sheet where them get the paper. And they don't get no house. A rich people, them give them things, and franchise people. Them not give poor people no.
All right.
Yeah?
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I feel the housing trust could do more for poor people. They're not doing nothing to help poor people. So I believe it's a no. For poor people. But it's great what them selling the houses, we poor people can't afford it. Trust me.
And you see how help people feel all over Jamaica. If you have it, then we help you. Yeah, if you know if you talk to them and reason them, then we help you.
So you know nobody will get houses from them?
No.
You know anybody who tried to get a house and didn't get it?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and she help people get a house. Somebody want a house, you can go here and, you know, talk to them and they help you start out the business and have some land. Just go and talk to them and they will get some money to start on a house. That is nice.
I am a contributor to the Housing Trust. And my problem is that Housing Trust need to put something into place for single persons instead of joining with partners or other persons, because I think this is a part of domestic dispute sometimes and it causes murder. So best you put something in place to try and eliminate that part of the whole thing. Murder, and single parents can get something out of housing trust. Good.
I don't think it's assisting regular Jamaica. My honest opinion is if regular Jamaicans are eligible for 6.5, that means you and your girl or your partner choose to come together. That would be 13 mil, right? And some of the houses that they're making, the NHE are making, the so-called normal or regular contributor can't afford them, and that's not fair. So that's my opinion on it. You know what I mean?
On the people NHT, I believe that they should make the house affordable for middle class people. Because when you see like the private sector come with a $50 million house, well, and then if NHT come with a $50 million house, then who you gonna rely on when they make NHT when you pay the money just come out to pay? It's like it's mandatory. You don't have a choice if you don't want to pay. So many people not going to own a house. So I believe that they should stop taking our money.
All right. So here go that based on the scale of that stat, we have majority of the persons are saying that NHT, right, is not really helping the poor, right, as it relates to affordable homes. And this is where the problem is. And as you see that as a result of that, right, of course, it results in what we call squatter settlement, which now is becoming a problem in Jamaica, right? And we are going to go into something that was communicated, right, by the Prime Minister, right, who seems to be saying one thing, right, at a particular occasion, and then all of a sudden change at another occasion, right? Which we know that is Andrew Holness, keep on flip-flopping. So here, Andrew view as it relates to the housing situation. Let us play that on it. Mustard seed. Yeah.
It's the season for us to follow the life example of Jesus Christ and remember his own struggle. And the story of the Nativity tells us that out of poverty, out of poor circumstances, can come the Savior. And so the lesson is never to neglect, ignore, undervalue, displace, marginalize persons who are vulnerable, who are poor. But you do this 365 days of the year. The government has a lesson to learn from you. You have managed to make an enterprise of caring for the poor, the city, the marginalized. And so social enterprise is something that we need to pay close attention to. So, you can engage in enterprise without the profit motive. Right? So there's a legitimate economic endeavor, even without the profit motive. And so it's the economy of care. Governments don't always get that right. So governments may have the money, but they don't have the care portion of it. So which is why state care doesn't always end up the best care. And so you have to find a way to leverage persons who have the moral and social impetus to do something and pair that with those who have the financial wherewithal to do. That's a very good partnership. We haven't leveraged it as much as we should in Jamaica. We just sign you a check, we give you what's the term called? A subvention. Right, so you get a subvention from the government. The partnership could be deeper. It could be much more. And in fact, it is in the government's interest as we seek to right-size the number of agencies that we have and the services that we provide, that we partner with persons who have this care motive to have the backed with support of policy and resources and care. What you have created is an amazing ecosystem of care, of social enterprise. So you have the care, which is your forward-facing initiative, taking literally the most vulnerable. But on the back end of it, you have a farm that produces eggs, you have a pottery, you have greenhouses, you have all kinds of things going on. I mean, Jamaica would be stunned to know that you have a $600 million budget. So that's amazing. And the beauty of it is you run it efficiently. I'm sure the level of wastage and inefficiency here relative to a similar enterprise in the government is with far less. So that's part of the studying and understanding. So I'm putting together from the government side of things, I'm using our backbenchers to do this, to help to drive policy. So Juliet Cuthbert is here, Dr. Wheatley is here, and Leslie Campbell is here as part of the parliamentary backbench to help to drive the government's policies on how do we care for the marginalized, the poor, the displaced. Because, you know, our philosophy is that Jamaica is willed by God to be a prosperous country. But prosperity doesn't just happen. If you believe in trickle-down theory, nothing will ever trickle down. So you have to literally manage prosperity so that it reaches the people who need it. And so government is looking at policies. So we want to figure out how do we support social enterprise, how can we integrate persons with disabilities into the economy.
Okay, so basically, people, we just have Andrew Holness there. You understand? So we are talking about the good side of Andrew, right? Seems to be so caring, right, as it relates to wanting to help, right, the needy of them all. You understand? To become homeowners and so forth. But I play that to show you the flip-flopness of Andrew Holness. So here I want you to listen now, Andrew Holness, right, at another settings, right, saying total opposite. And this is what I want people to understand about Andrew Holness, right? That when Andrew Holness speaks something, you wonder which Andrew Holness you are listening to. The Andrew Holness that speaks evil or the Andrew Holness that speaks good. So then what I showed you was the Andrew Holness that speaks good. Now, let us look on the Andrew Holness that's speaking evil. Play the clip.
Welcome again, everyone. Happy Friday.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness says the National Housing Trust is first and foremost a financial institution to support the development of housing in Jamaica. This follows the Prime Minister's statement that the NHT is not a welfare institution.
There is an illogical thinking amongst our people where it is believed that if we run our business as a charitable organization almost, that we will have the resources to be charitable. I want that point to sink in.
PM Holness asserts that the NHT has a duty to ensure that it can provide affordable housing. He, however, says it will not be used at a place to put the balance sheet at risk.
We also use the NHT to assist in social housing, but we don't take the NHT's funds, contributors' funds, and apply it wholesale and totally in that way. What we do is to ensure that the NHT is run properly, like a business, and then the dividends from that proper management, that good governance, then we decide how much of it we will use in social housing, how much of it we will use to subsidize housing, and how much of it will go back into the market for those people who can afford housing on the market.
Meanwhile, the Prime Minister says the government is developing modalities that will give citizens the option to acquire their home through a rent-to-own arrangement program.
We're going to develop other modalities such as providing houses that persons can rent. So you might have young people or, people who have fallen on hard times, that might become a possibility. And then we're going to develop housing that we can lease to persons, they pay for it over time, and then eventually they can have it. So there will be several modalities.
This move is expected to cushion housing demand by finding different housing solutions for Jamaicans, particularly young adults. Justin Graham, CVM Live.
Okay, my people, I'm only showing you, right, the multi-personality of Andrew Holness, right? And let us be reasonable here as it relates to, the continuance of NHT to operate effectively, right, on its capital injection, right? Now, remember that the NHT fund is coming from donors, right? And the plan for NHT as it relates to the mandate, right, is to help the needy, the most needy, right? So then what the Prime Minister is now saying that, okay, all right, I understand in terms of the money be carefully managed. And so then to make NHT itself becomes a profitable organization as it relates to continuing to sustain what they are sustaining. My problem that I have with it, if that is the case, how much of the NHT money being taken out and put in SSL? This is where the problem is with me. Because the Prime Minister, who seems to be meticulously careful as it relates to having NHT operate as a profitable entity, making careful decisions in increase in profit. But we have seen that the NHT money, the donors' money, that seems to be mandatorily taken out of, the donors' pay.
You mean taxpayers' money?
Taxpayers' money, right? But you have seen a big chunk of that put into SSL. So how does that work? How does that work? Because we know that a big chunk of that money has now put into SSL. And that money is now servicing someone's pockets. Just imagine the wickedness, The NHT cannot afford to finance homes for the needy, but a large chunk of taxpayers' money that seems to be mandatorily collected from their pay, right, being taken out from NHT and placed into SSL. And that money gone in someone's pocket. What three-mouth cutlass Andrew. Well, mixing, you understand what I'm saying? So people, more you understand the entire corruption. And so then when we talk about politics that enriches a few and suffers the many. Now, what this leads to, gentlemen, let me just talk freely here. We have, and let me speak, I am not saying, right, that it is okay for people to encroach on people land, right? And all of that. That is not what I'm saying. So I am defending persons for over the many years that have been paying into NHT, contributing, and they have not met the threshold in terms of getting a home because those prices totally above their heads. Even sometimes when two persons try to join partnership, right, they still doesn't fit within the requirement.
But
And so
sorry, just a point I want to make.
Yes.
But even with NHT, when you go in to buy a house, you have to have a certain amount for a deposit, which most times is ridiculous. You
Yes.
have to have closing cost and all of that. And when the interest rate comes on it, it's more than 100%
Yes.
interest rate when you add it up over the years.
Okay.
Because we've done the calculation because we bought our house through NHT in Jamaica. And you pay more than 100% interest.
Look at that.
Before you can even pay for what you owe to them.
Right.
For the house.
And so then NHT, right, has now lost its mandate, its purpose, its true objective in terms of aiding the needy, right, to gain, right, a home. Honestly. Now, if you look at this, I am going to, as it relates to what is concerning now, as it relates to squatters' settlements. So we are going to get into that, right? And what causes, right, so many of this to be happening, right? Many of these squatters also have paid into NHT for years and just cannot get a home and have no choice. And have no choice, right? So I'm going to play something and then we're going to discuss that as it relates to the squatters community that they are addressing. Let us play that clip on it.
Hold on,
Okay.
He's saying something here because he has a bit of disability from an accident, and he's saying the Prime Minister is not doing enough to provide optional security and job references for disabled individuals. Not to say that he's not trying, but he needs to do more in sticking out for the disabled.
But that is true because I remain, and he's so much right. The disabled is a part of our society and should be treated accordingly, right? And as what he's saying, right? What are the framework that put in place, right, to look out for these disabled people? You understand? And so then this is what we're talking about: nation building. Nation building. That
the most needy
we have to understand that all of us, our citizens, right, need to play a part in our economy and feel that they are stakeholders. Right, but there you go, as it relates to what he said, right? He's not feeling that he's getting that level of assistance, and which is fundamentally wrong. Now, I'm going to play a clip as it relates to the quarters community, right? And, there are guidelines, in terms of how to deal with squatting. Because, remember, as it relates to Jamaica people, let me say this. 40%, nearly 40% of the land, right, in Jamaica, right, are lands that are unoccupied, right? And you have a lot of lands that, totally where people are venturing on those lands, and what the government can do to help is to deal with the appropriate regulation in terms of that when we're talking about squatters community, right? Persons who are venturing in certain land place. Now, this is where now the government, has to have partnership with those technocrats, right? To send in those technocrats for them to do a particular scrutiny of those areas. Right, survey and file the respective reports to say, okay, all right, these are livable spaces, right? And what can be done, as it relates to having those persons being regulated and so forth and so forth. But we have seen that that is not happening. What is happening is that persons being kicked to the curb, right? And it just seems like elites, right, being taken over the land and so forth. And then these people don't have any chance. Remember, we are all Jamaicans, We are all Jamaicans. And I think that, right, regardless, the government need to do much better as it relates to helping those people. And I find it pretty much amazing. Look at the situation as it relates to St. Thomas, where you have persons who have been utilizing that land, right? In I think is in Western St. Thomas. Don't quote me on the specific location. I could be wrong. Right, and we are Pernell Charles, right, who came from St. Thomas, have nothing to do with St. Thomas. And those persons who were on the land for years doing their ecotourism, you understand, strengthen themselves in terms of becoming self-efficient. And this man went there, right, and destroy all of that for those people. So this is what we are talking about. It's a fundamental issue that, you understand, certain prime lands have been given away to the elites and few of the political comrades, right, and elites of society, right, while pushing back the common people, right? That is a hurtful thing that Pernell Charles had done. But without any form of hesitation, let us go into this clip and show you what is happening as it relates to some squatters community, right, that we are going to have to speak about. Yes, authority is right. So tune in, people, and listen what is happening with this.
Welcome back to Primetime News.
And a special welcome once again to our viewers on onespotmedia.com.
We begin with a Primetime News follow-up. The National Water Commission says it is moving ahead with plans to reclaim prime lands in Norbrook, St. Andrew.
This as a ballooning number of squatters have taken up residence on the property.
The illegal structures being built have drawn the ire of legitimate landowners who have complained to the authorities and to our newsroom.
Now the authorities have responded, explaining that they will be taking action. Norbrook, St. Andrew, arguably every aspiring homeowner's dream address, but the cost of housing and land is out of the reach of many. Homes are being sold in the area for as high as 538 million Jamaican dollars. As for land, we came across a 16-acre residential lot on the market for a little over $300 million. Then you have this area of land owned by the National Water Commission, approximately 520 acres, home to several squatters. In response to our queries, the NWC confirmed that 420 acres are sensitive watershed areas where people are erecting illegal concrete structures. Minister with responsibility for water, Matthew Samuda, insists the state agency has been taking steps to address the situation.
We will follow the law, we will follow the policy guidelines, and we'll be engaging with all the appropriate state agencies. And admittedly, we have served notices on the squatters in question. How we approach it will be in a manner that preserves the dignity of anyone in that space, but the land will be protected because NWC does have its challenges. It will have to leverage the value of that land, but people must be approached in a dignified manner. But the government will protect its land.
18 eviction notices, according to the NWC, were served in 2009. But since then, the squatter settlement has ballooned, with new structures being built and more people moving in, which raises questions about whether enough effort is being made to protect the watershed area.
The process is what it is, and it does take a particular amount of time. But we are in the process of acting, and the land will be protected and will be developed accordingly when the time comes.
The minister revealed that 100 acres of the land can be developed without significant environmental impact, and the government will be examining the possibility of leveraging the value of this property for the benefit of the NWC. The NWC, we were also told, is in dialogue with the National Land Agency and the Urban Development Corporation with a view of designing a comprehensive development plan for the area.
So you know what? So this is what we are going to discuss, right? So into the Norbrook area, right, 520 acres of land, right, that belonging to the NWC, right, and where it has been mapped out that you have 100 acres, right, that, you know, can be developed. This is what I'm saying. I think that it would be very effective that if the government, right, can work with these people, right, as it relates to, and this is all now in terms of utilizing our technocrats, right, venture into the areas, investigate the areas, because these people are on the land from 2009, bear that people, from 2009, right? They are in dire needs, you understand, of building something for themselves. Building something for themselves, right? So then, for the government to understand that issue, right, and to have technocrats, civil engineer, and those technical skilled people, for the 100 acres, as according to, you know, the news, what we were just told, that, okay, this is a livable space. Then the government should now go into that area, you understand, as it relates to whatever report that the technocrats are going to send in, and they work along that line to help assist these people, you understand, in getting these people homes. But that doesn't seem to be the interest of the government, right? It doesn't seem to be the interest of the government. Now, if we look as it relates to the Pernell Charles issue in comparison to this, where persons have been totally kicked off the land, right? And what they have been created there as it relates to become self-efficient ecotourism, right? All of that being pushed out of the door. And then, what is it that the government is doing? Because what Pernell Charles had done is to set up a company, like what Andrew Holness did. And his son and his daughter have shares in the company and purchased the land. What was it? What was it? $1 per acre? 15,000 acres in St. Thomas. Right? And where Pernell Charles pay little or nothing for that land, as according to him claiming that he has a title for that land that still need to be investigated. Still need to be investigated and stop a progressive movement. And I saw his son, Pernell Charles Jr., is now promising jobs, right, of what he's going to do and this and what he's going to do. What he needs to do is to tell his father, you understand, to give back the people them their land. I don't understand how Pernell Charles is from St. Anne's and owning land in St. Thomas. I just don't understand it. And as it relates to, you know, certain, as it relates to the land commission, if you are on the land for certain amount of years, I think what was it? Over 7 years, right? Then you can go through the process of trying to register those lands. So then, this is a situation that I am talking about in terms of the government. This government is not trying to help poor people in terms of attaining lands and create upward mobility for themselves, but to deny them access of certain primary lands. And by the mere fact, just, you understand, utilize these lands, sell it to them friends, you understand, and the whole political kickbacks. So what the government is doing, not aiding us at all. And then our NHT contribution over the years have now gone into SSL. Now, this is serious, enough, people. This is serious. Right? NHT mandate is to make sure that they help the very needy, right, to get homes. But it is shifted from that, as you hear what the Prime Minister is saying. Right? Shifted from that totally. So NHT becomes welfare. Yes, NHT becomes this personal pocket piece. Personal piggy bank. You understand? Now becomes a personal piggy bank. Right? Because we want to know who authorized, you understand, that contribution to be taken out from NHT and put into SSL, and then now we have a problem. You understand? All of that money being robbed up. So how are they supporting poor people? How are they supporting people? Supporting poor people. They prefer now, as it relates to the money that they robbed up, to buy some containers and said, okay, all right, this is what the poor people can afford. Give them some containers. It is sick. It is sick to say the least. So then Jamaican people have to be serious in terms of moving forward and to ensure that we want good governance, nation building, right? A government who look on all Jamaican to be a stakeholder. That is what we want. We don't want a government that just think that, okay, it is only the few is going to benefit on the backs of the masses. As what Tara said, the people are clearly hoodwinked. No joke about that. Now the NHT fund contribution has been damaged because most of that gone into SSL. And people need to be aware of that. So how the NHT is going to help people? NHT is now siding with elites, right? People can't afford those homes. Right? The common poor people, the needy that they set out to help, cannot afford those homes. Cannot. And so then, of course, we're in problems. And so then we need to have an understanding that we need a government. I am saying all of this to say this, that we need a government to work for us, not this government. Not this government. So by then I am saying, let us move towards a more golden type of government as it relates to integrity, honesty, working for the nation, building the nation, and where other outside countries don't have to look at us as nobody, right? We want to build our nation that countries outside, right, gladly can open to us, you understand, to travel their country without any visas. And that so much sort of restrictions don't place on us because of a corrupted government and the level of corruption that we are dealing with in our country. We need good governance, good leadership, right? We need to get rid of this corrupted government. So, my people, I think that is where, right, I'm going to end my piece tonight. But before I end, I am going to go into the chat and see what some of my ardent listeners are saying and see if I can respond to those questions. All right?
Most of the comments, they were just adding to what you were saying, adding footnotes or just giving their own opinion as to what was going on. All right,
yeah.
Just get a few of them.
Okay, so what I'm saying, Jamaica, in all of this, right, that we need a government that will support us. We need a government that will stand with the people. We need a government that is honest. A government that is seeking transparency and balance. A government that will aid in moving us forward in nation building. Right? And so then, when we have this and we have good leadership, then of course, we will guarantee success. If there is honesty, integrity, and balance, right? That is what we need. Jamaican people, please, I'm asking you to, this time around, right, be aware of what you have seen happening. Being aware of the evidence that we are showing you, right? And what you are seeing. This is not about being diarted and that your party have to win by any means necessary, right? We have to make sure that we are dealing with nation building. We have experience, right, where other countries are rejecting us because of our behavior, right? So we need leadership that we are so lacking. We need moral order, moral compass to drive our path away from the abyss of hell. We don't need a government to participate in Ponzi scheme. We don't need a government to break all the constitutional norms. We don't need a government that don't give in to checks and balance. We don't need a government that is muzzling the Integrity Commission. And so for the next government, the next party who is going to form the incumbent government, we have to make sure that we give our mandate as it relates to giving back the Integrity Commission its full power to investigate. Transparency and balance. Corey Dawkins said, this deal of land knows no political boundary or party affiliation. This issue with Pernell Charles mirrors a similar incident in the past wherein one-term politician named Danny Melville in his portfolio ministry sold acres upon acres of land in St. Anne area, all to his wife in her maiden name, lands which were used to build up out the Choker Blue Empire. Danny Melvin and his portfolio ministry sold acres upon acres of. Okay.
So I think he's still typing.
Okay. Look at that. Look at that. Right? When we're talking about a government who push the people aside, right? Push the people behind and have the interest for their friends and families to be benefited on the back of taxpayers, right? They don't care about how we are facing the inflation. They don't care in terms of the high cost that it carries for us to send our children to school, our health care. They don't care about that. Our first responders, they have no love and care for them. Our teachers, police, nurse, they treated themselves with 200 and 300% raise. While the nurses, teachers, police, the frontline workers, the backbone of the nation, being treated with such disdain. And when you look at that, where is the care of our government? And so then we need to make sure that the next election, we make sure that Jamaica Labour Party doesn't be the opposition. And of course, we are batting for good governance, right? The politics of them and us is over. And so then we want to make sure that, of course, we have Mark Golden as an honest person of integrity, been there and done that. Every stones that we have lifted up, we found Mark Golden being honest. Every stone that we turn over, every stones that been investigated, Mark Golden is honest. That's a leader we want, right? And of course, we have a strong third party out there, UIC, that we need to put in opposition.
And Andrew needs to play fair so that they can get earplay as well.
Exactly. And so then, that is what we need. Good governance to move the country forward. We need to make sure that we put the Jamaica Labour Party out of power. And have them investigated for them to tell us what happened to SSL. That's all we need. So we just not want to just put the Jamaica Labour Party out of power. And they believe that, okay, it's going to be okay and hanky-panky. No. They have fundamental questions to answer for as it relates to SSL. And who don't like whenever we come every week talking about SSL? And every week Byron, Mystic Sensation is on SSL. Every week I am going to be on SSL. Because the injustices of SSL still exist. I said, why should I stop speaking about it? We Jamaicans just used to the 9-day talking, over and done with. We should be beat this bell straight into election. And when we get him out, when we get this government out, the government that we are putting in must be given a mandate to reinvestigate SSL. We want to know, and let me say this clear as it relates to SSL. It burns my heart. And I'm not going to hide it. I'm going to speak it. To know that a son of our soil, has tiled so hard and put Jamaica on top of the world. On top of the world. And persons who fit a particular creed of oppressors dangling with our brothers' hard-working money and believing that he doesn't deserve it. That's why Mystic Sensation is not going to leave the SSL. That particular reason. That particular reason. For that person. That person. That person. Where we had suffered over 500 years. In 1995, almost ruptured our economy. 40%. And Bagawayas of Jamaica who are helping him to defeat us, to send us back in slavery. Those Bagawayas, those sellouts need to be punished. It may seem that I'm speaking too technical, but just understand where I'm going. People, that sort of thing just come our way to destroy us. People must understand where I'm going. That sort of thing that come our way to destroy us. Right? To destroy us. And so then let me say this. When we talk about checks and balance, I believe every single word that Jean Ann Panton said, that she was coerced. She was coerced by the demon of hell. She was coerced. 20% of the man hard working money was shared up. Huh? So, Marlene Manafort, when you're talking about Integrity Commission, talking about embarrassing government about code
No morals, that's why they
of conduct,
and said things like those.
this goes to show you, Marlene Manafort, you have no morals. You have no morals.
Shame, but them not having
right?
shame either.
Where is your dignity? Marlene, where is your dignity? You have no dignity. Your moral compass has been lost. We have seen certain mainstream media trying to defend because they are indulged in not paying their taxes. So we can understand your indulgence.
I need something.
You see the level of corruption, people? For people who believe that the SSL is just a 9-day wonder, it's not going to be a mystic sensation. Not going to be. Every single week, I have a portion of that pie to slice. And this channel is going to take it straight to the general election. Remember, I say that because we will be reminded of the ultimate wrong and viciousness of SSL. Tara said she has no scruples. A sad waste of time. Such a sad waste of time. I wonder to myself, for people who in support of the Jamaica Labour Party, have no conscience? Have they lost their moral balance to see the apparent evil?
Partner, they don't know right from wrong.
What happened to your ordinary checks and balance? What happened to your vision? Why have you been visionless to see the obvious sins that faced us? This government is a virus in our society. So I see it as it is, call it as it is, and that's my take. That we need good governance. We can't have someone who indulge in corruption to clear us from corruption. You cannot have clean water poured into a dirty vessel and expect that that water is going to be clean. If you have clean water and you have a dirty vessel, the moment you pour that clean water in that dirty vessel, that water automatically becomes dirty. So what I'm saying, people, we need to cut clear Jamaica Labour Party from us. Cut and clear. Maybe other channels don't want to say it plain. I am saying it that plain. Cut and clear Jamaica Labour Party from us. Their history of corruption, their history of evil, their history of cover-up, their history of deceit. And so then, we have to decide what we want. Do we want to set an example like the United States is doing currently? Or we want to be submissive to corruption? It's for you to choose. And I am begging people in the diaspora, because I will be voting. My wife will be voting. And people in the diaspora, please go down and register. And let me say this, because the end of September, that period will be closed. And so for people who in the diaspora who need to go home and send a message, go home, have yourself registered, and let us participate in this process. We have to eliminate ourselves from this evil. We have to cleanse ourselves. And so then this is my take tonight as I end in my piece and hand over to wifey. Jeopardy, I know you're long awaiting. Thank you, wifey. You can take over. Thank you, my people, for listening to me. I appreciate you all.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have to read that.
Okay. All right. So thank you so much for that very thought-provoking as usual and informative discussion. I see some people are getting into themselves.
Okay.
But everybody's opinion is valid over here. So, you know, everybody is entitled to their opinion and everybody is entitled to their own decisions. We're all adults and everybody knows right from wrong. And we all have some morality that we were taught when we were growing up. So if we want to put it by the wayside and turn a blind eye and just continue in the madness, then feel free. But it's just unfortunate that it's not just going to affect just those individuals. It's going to be an umbrella effect and everybody is going to be affected. So the well-thinking among us, have to step forward.
Let me answer, Corey. Put up that, that thing, this one here. Yeah.
All right. Which one? Bottom
yeah. So Corey said the same party. Then we are lending. Okay, let us read all of Corey.
Okay.
Let me just address that. Rubbish about Mark Golden deeds are not Danny Melville. Whatever you mean by that.
Sorry, it's he said something about Danny Melville, who is a PNP member presently on the opposition, and apparently he's the one who sold land to his wife under her maiden name.
Okay.
So he's saying, why didn't Mark Golden lift up a stone and look into that? So I'm saying that is Melvin's deed, not Mark Golden.
Yeah, exactly.
And, then I said, Andrew Holness' deeds is his own, not anybody else's. So he has to own his own deed. Mark Golden cannot own Danny Melville's deal because that is not Mark Golden's doing.
Exactly.
So this is where this is coming
but
from.
Hold on, let me answer Corey. Because what Corey needs to understand here, right, as it relates to the person we had quoted, right, the Integrity Commission. You remember, Corey, that we have an Integrity Commission, right? It is not Mark Golden's job as it relates to doing the Integrity Commission job's work, right? Mark Golden can speak concerning issues, yes, right? But when we have the Integrity Commission highlight the corruption on both PNP and GLP side, right? It simply means that whenever the Integrity Commission highlights something, right, against the People's National Party, the Jamaica Labour Party accept it. So this is what you need to understand, Corey. And this is what you need to answer. When Azan did his corruption,
his good deed,
it highlighted by the Integrity Commission, right? It was good deed as it relates to Andrew Holness. I want you to answer the question, Corey, since you're here. It was good deed. So then now, when the same Integrity Commission highlighting Andrew Holness' wrongdoing, it is not good deed. So, Corey, I wanted to answer that. Answer that for the people MC. Answer that. All right. So I think so when you have time, Corey, answer what I just said.
Been saying that for years that the JLP should be dismantled because not one of them is any good in this present JLP party.
I've been saying that for years, that the JLP should be dismantled because not one of them is any good in this present JLP party. K. Watson, I endorse that, fully endorse that. And we are right. We have seen an entire cabinet of the Jamaica Labour Party centers around, you understand, this leader, you understand, and indulge in the protection of him. So that is it. All right. Now, what Corey needs to also answer for is that the Jamaica Labour Party came out as it relates to Nigel Clark, stating that FBI is investigating this case. So let me ask Corey, where is the FBI? And why the lie? Why the cover up? So please answer it in the chat and make the people them see what you're answering.
And the pay hike as opposed to what they give to the regular civil servants.
All right. So remember, we still respect your opinion, but we have to show you a different window, right? So you need to also answer, right, that, of course, Nigel Clark came out and said the FBI is investigating. Where is the FBI? Where is the FBI? And why lie to the people? Why lie to the people? So all of this, in terms of pointing fingers here and pointing fingers there, the People's National Party is not the incumbent government. And when you have, as it relates to first world countries, right, the Democrat in power, you don't see Joe Biden getting up and talk about Donald Trump did this, Donald Trump did that. What's that a system of politics that we are practicing? You understand? Just for us to get away with our wrongdoings, the PNP do this, the PNP do that. You are the incumbent government. Remember, one of the reasons why you becomes the government is because you said, you understand, that you can do better than what the PNP, you understand, has been doing. So now when you get into power, why are you pointing on the PNP that the PNP do this and the PNP do that? You said you could change it and make it better. Isn't that what you said on your campaign? Now look at Biden. Is Biden blaming Donald Trump to say, okay, all right, Donald Trump do this, do that? You see, that is happening in the first world country. We need to not be primitive. So go ahead.
Okay, so we are going to get into Jeopardy. So again, thank you so much for that discussion, which was really enlightening and informative as usual. So thank you again for those who are still here. Really appreciate everyone's continued support. Thank you so much again for joining us on a Friday. You could have been doing other stuff. And for those who are in the future, there are some people here from Australia and Germany and stuff. Thank you, because I know the time difference is very vast. There's a wide gap there with the time difference. Okay, so welcome, Hartley. Happy Friday. So Hartley's saying some people have flair but no flavor. So exactly. It's better to have flavor without flair. As long as you're honest, I will work with you.
All right. Well, you see, I don't have any fear when my co-pilot is with me. When we take off, we land safely.
God, so wait me in a taxi and go. Oh my God, time is running, Ricardo. Okay, there's a word that Arthur had put in the chat and he said to Google it, and when I Googled it, honestly, I was just chuckling away because it just sums up what we are dealing with.
Exactly.
In terms of our governance. Sorry, just bear with
Teacher
me.
P, pick up yourself, Sister Teacher P. How you doing?
Just bear with me a little here. Let me just find that word. If I find it, I will just had it up there not too long. All right, so basically the word is oh shucks.
Take your time, honey.
All right, let me take my time. I'm moving through the chat too fast.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so so this is the word. The government is
Kakistocracy.
Let me just bring it back up.
Well, you see, look here, and this is one of the reasons why I love my ardent listeners. We have some brilliant people here. So it is not only Mystic Sensation teaching. Mystic Sensation is also learning, right? And I humble myself to persons who have certain knowledge to, to share, right? I have never feel that, okay, I know more than anyone else. I am learning just as I am sharing information as well. So we are all in the process of sharing information. And of course, we are going to make mistakes. Of course, we are going to correct those mistakes and we are going to grow as a result of experiences. So this is how we evolve in terms of, getting stuff right, right? We sharpen each other by, communicating to and fro, right? So when we get there, we get there. All right.
Okay, so the word is kakistocracy. So kakistocracy means government by the least suitable or competent citizens of a state. Government by the worst people.
All right.
So couldn't have summed it up anyway.
And so now we understand.
So we've been governing by the least and the worst of us all.
What Arthur is saying there is so right in terms of the definition, right? Because I'm telling you, this government, oh my goodness. All right. So once again, thank you to pass through Mystic Sensation. Share your wonderful moments with us. And of course, not everyone is going to agree with us. And of course, we accept that in terms of their perceptions, right? People have a right to their opinion.
You need to be able to back up your
Right.
opinion as well.
But, when your opinion line with facts, that is good. All right. So then if you're quick to point out issues, be neutral where that is concerned. All right, so we are in jeopardy.
All right, so Derek is saying, yes, sir, keep the fire burning. And Fluffy Diva, welcome, saying good night, people. Thank you so
Bless
much
up, Fluffy
for
Diva.
joining in. All right, so we are going to go into Jeopardy, and we're going to be playing for credit. And persons with the most points, as usual, get $1,000 Digicel or Flow, and then we have 4 runners up of $500 credit each, Digicel or Flow. So let me just share the template. And remember, this question is in the form of a statement, and you're going to answer in the form of a question. If it's the name of a person, then it's who is, and then the answer. And if it's the name of, if it's a place or thing, then it is what is, and then the answer. So these are the categories for tonight. We have car logo, riddles, Jamaica general knowledge, music, and climate and landmarks. And it's Jamaican music, and it's Jamaican climate and landmarks. All right. So to start with, just throw the category and for how many points, and the first one that I see, then we will start with that. Welcome, King Lion. Happy Friday.
Myself, Lion.
Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you being here. Come on, people, run out with a category and for how many points. All right, so Truck Life is saying logo for 500.
All right.
Okay, I send music for 100. All right, let me see.
Are you looking at this first?
Yeah, you said music, but you didn't put how many. All right, so we'll go with music for 100.
Okay.
First put music. This is the first independent festival song, which was the first independence festival song that Jamaica had. Sorry, I'm so she pick up those up here. So just it's supposed to be under this one. Yeah, and give me a pen, please.
Yeah.
All right, so let me just see what's happening in the chat. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So, Baby Cherry, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday to you. All right, so let's see. I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is What is Bam Bam? So, the first festival song that we have since independence is What a Bam Bam. I said, What a Bam 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 Dylan. All right, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response, or who came in with the correct response. All right, so first on the board is Fluffy Diva, and that is for 100 points. So Fluffy, choose the next category and for how many points?
So Fluffy got that one?
Yeah, for 100.
So Fluffy's on the board for 100 points. All right.
All right, Fluffy, choose the next category and for how many points? So what is Chiquitita? I don't even remember that one. Okay, riddles for 100. What is harder to catch? What is harder to catch the faster you run? So what is harder to catch the faster you run? All right, and I see the answer that I'm looking for. And remember, guys, you need to put what is, if it's a thing or place, or if it's the name of a person, is who is, and then the answer. And I see the answer that I am looking for, so I'm not going to delay. And it is, what is your breath? So the faster you run, the harder it is to catch your breath. So, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Baby. So Baby for 100 points. Baby.
Okay.
For 100 points.
Oh, Baby?
You're waiting.
No, because that, you know,
So Baby for 100 points.
Oh, that's awesome. All right. Baby there. So the score as it is, Fluffy for 100 points, Baby on board for 100 points. Baby, your time to choose a category.
Okay, then Mixing also came in with that. Fluffy, but you needed to put what is. Wiley also came in with Brett, but needed to put what is. Okay, then it corrected. All right, so riddle for 200. You can know who Baby is now. I am made of metal/lead, surrounded by wood. Everyone uses me. What am I? I am made of metal/lead, surrounded by wood. Everyone uses me. What am I?
Every week Empress Ginger clothes.
It's a closet full of clothes. I don't know. I like how this cream soda tastes. It tastes good.
Okay.
I want to hold something right. Tastes good.
Then you buy it.
I'm gonna get no Fanta. All right. So I see the answer that I am looking for. And what is pencil? So a pencil. So slash metal lead surrounded by wood. And everyone uses me because everyone uses a pencil in writing. All right, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh and see. All right, so first on the board is baby. We know it's a typo, which is a pencil, but we know it's pencil.
And that's 200 points.
That's 200 points. Then truck life, fluffy, Daniel. Oh my God. All right. All right. So, baby, choose the next category and for how many points? Oh, TikTok. Riddle for 3 bills. What turns everything around but does not move? What turns everything around but does not move? And that's for 300 points. Okay, Watson always also came in with pencil, but she's the lead. King said, what is Andrew Holness' pocket?
Kingland. I said, what is Andrew Holness' pocket? Why King not easy?
Okay, I see the answer that I'm looking for. And
King, you're going too bad now.
What is a mirror? And that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. Baby.
Hey.
So mirror, then Fluffy, Diva, then Daniel.
And so there you have it. Fluffy on 100 points and Baby 600 points to spare. Baby, your time to choose your category, please. Riddle for 400.
Okay, riddle for 400. Come up in truck life. Truck life on the sideline. Okay, so riddle for 400. What is always in front of you but can't be seen? What is always in front of you but cannot be seen? What is always in front of you but cannot be seen? Professor, why this baby don't go suck a nipple battle?
Exactly.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so what is always in front of but cannot be seen? Who is this man? King Lion.
King Lion. You need to figure out better than King Lion.
All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. Is what is the future?
King Lion said Desmond Mackenzie.
No, of course, that's true because I always absent in their constituency. Always them in front of your election time. Oh, goodness, I always see the office, to see the door closed. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response.
King Lion said, I'm not doing nothing wrong, I'm giving my answer.
Oh my God. All right, and Baby with 400 points. What is future?
400 points on Baby?
Then Truck Life, because typo there. Fluffy Diva, Tiffany, Daniel, Baby, and she corrected the spelling. Okay. All right, she's finishing riddle there. Those who have it least don't know that they have it. Those who have it most wish they had less of it, but not too little or none at all. What is it? Those who have it least don't know that they have it. Those who have it most wish they had less of it, but not too little or none at all. What is it? Oh, look like me hold them with that one there. No, sir. Fluffy Diva run through. And baby. All right. King Lion, that kill me. So what is poor people? King Lion, fear answers them off the chart, man. Welcome, Tammy. Happy Friday to you.
Bless myself, Sister Tammy.
Oh my God. So what is age? So you have it when you're younger, you don't really know about it. When you get older, you wish you could get younger, but then you don't want to get too young, and then you don't really want to age at all. All right, so that is for 500 points. Let's see who picked up that 500 points. Baby.
All right.
500 points. Then Fluffy Diva. Then Daniel. Daniel, go on with himself, man. Blessings to you again, Tammy. Really appreciate you joining in. Oh, so she just woke up. Oh, must have had a long day with the little one. Fluffy Diva said, go suck a nipple back on a baby. Oh my God. The baby said, when me done simmer. All right, so baby, choose the next category and for how many points? Oh, you're back at work, Tiffany?
Because he's on
so there's in a taxi, but you can't wait. You could wait on him.
All right.
He's so rubbing. I light up the board. She's saying Jamaica for 100. All right. This national hero was hanged with his brother. This national hero was hanged with his brother. Remember, if it's a name of a person, who is. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, so not much delays there. Who is Paul Bogle? So he was hung alongside his brother, which is so sad, losing two children at the same time. All right, so that is for 100 points. All right, Hush Chocolav, that is by default there. You put what instead of who. So baby, who is Paul Bogle, and that is for 100 points.
For baby.
Baby, I'll clean up the board. Then Tiffany, Chocolav. No, sorry, not Chocolav. Then Fluffy Diva. All right, and that's how the answers came in. Accidentally. Got nobody tonight. And she's saying music for 2 bills. He is known as the king of reggae. Run out, jump out, skip out, roll out, don't creep out, or you'll get left behind. Each study is in a taxi getting home. Tiffany had put it in the chat twice. Oh, Jesus. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Let me just double check and make sure. Okay, so who is Bob Marley? So he's known as the king of reggae. All right, and that is for 200 points. Where is it again? Okay, so that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Life. We know it's supposed to be an M. It's a typo. So Truck Life with 200 points. And then King Lion. Oh, where's Molly?
200 points for Truck Life?
Asleep. Yeah. Then Tiffany, Tammy, Baby. Tiffany said, I never use Bob Marley music, something wrong. You have to put us on the map, Tiffany, and we need to know our history. All right, so Truck Life is saying logos for 500. All right, so look on this here. So this bull is present on this luxury car brand emblem. So it's present on their logo, and it's a double score answer. So which car company uses this bull on their logo? It's a bull. So which car company uses that bull on their logo? I can't get tail down. Welcome, Sassy Diva. Happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for joining. How is everything going? Everything
bless up the Sassy.
Is going good so far, and the experience is getting better and better. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. Them vehicle man. What is the Lamborghini or the Lambucket? What is Lamborghini? And that is for 500 points, and it's a double score. So you're gonna add 500 to whoever gets it, and then their overall score is gonna be double.
Times 2 that. So who got that?
Happy belated birthday, Sassy. Yes, I forgot it was your birthday.
Happy belated birthday, Sassy. Big up yourself.
Hope you had a wonderful day on your birthday. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. Behind some videos. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Baby.
Baby. And that was 500?
500, and then double her score, please.
My goodness. Can't stop Baby, man.
So Baby, I run before she learned for creep. So Baby, then Fluffy Diva.
So the score as it is, Truck Life on 200 points. Fluffy, 100 points. Baby on 4,200 points. Can't stop Baby again.
I love your voice, said Baby.
Yeah.
And she said car for 100, so logos for 100. Everybody run out, skip out. Which car company uses that logo? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. No delays. What is Suzuki? I'm going to step out in my new Suzuki. People that listen to my voice, I can't carry a note for save my life.
No, you sound bad. You don't know what I'm talking about.
You have to just drop it for me, so you couldn't just ease it down a little bit.
No, bad means you sound good.
Mm-hmm.
You're going good.
Hypocrite.
You're up.
All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right. So it's okay. Nimble Mouse, move up, big up. Okay. Baby. So first on the board with the correct response is baby.
Okay, what was that?
And that is for 100. Hold on. 100 points. Just clear the board. Then we have Tammy, Danielle, Truck Life, Fluffy, Baby. Oh, she corrected the spelling. The Sassy, Tiffany, and that's the order in which the answers came in. All right. So, baby, choose the next category and for how many points? Logos for 200. Which car company uses that logo? Hope it's not too small. Which car company uses that logo?
Seat.
Yes, the answer.
Yeah. Chocolate. See the answer.
All right. Seem like Sassy not hearing. Hold on, what's going on? Google Chrome is using your microphone. Are you guys hearing us?
You're not hearing us?
Hold on. Why is Google Chrome using the microphone? Oh, Fluffy says yes, so it must
Okay.
be it says Google Chrome is using your microphone. Okay, it seems as if it's Sassy having issues. Yeah, so they're hearing loud and clear.
Oh, okay.
People say Anna shout. Or I didn't mean to shout. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Pontiac. So what is Pontiac? And that's for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just quickly refresh. I don't know. Me tell if you take out your crab out there. So if you go up there and the crab done, that is on you. So you know when crab is there, how Jaden is. Truck Life for 200 points. Then Mixing, Baby.
So the score as it is, Fluffy on 100 points, Truck Life 400 points, Baby on 4,300 points.
Yes, baby, you heard crab. It bought some crab legs at Costco today with the body and just recook it because Jaden love crabs.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Truck Life is saying logo for 300. All right, which car company uses that logo? So it's and can't move. Hold on. Let's see what that's coming from. Baby, so my belly long when you come on to crab, you know, I think your belly can longer than mine. Okay, so she came off and came back and she hearing now. Okay, it was her device.
Okay.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, so I am not gonna delay. And it is what is Porsche, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response of Porsche. Okay, where did it start? Okay, right there. Wow, it's been a while. It's been a while. But Daniel is gonna be hopping up on the board again
All
tonight.
right.
The E is up, but we know it's a typo. And then mixing, Tammy.
How many points for Daniel?
300.
300.
And then baby. Oh, this typing too fast. Me first. Yes, I see that is you first, Daniel. Look up in a class. Me first, teacher. Bop. Yes, Daniel, you're on the board.
All right. So the score
No, Daniel has been on the board before, Tammy, but he was having some dry spells for a while.
Fluffy, 100 points. Daniel, 300 points. Short Life, 400 points. Baby, 4,300 points. Wow.
Okay, so Daniel, choose the next category and for how many points? Oh, he's saying logo for 400. So it's closing that off. Okay. Which car company uses this logo? Let's see if it's sharing properly. Which car company uses that logo? Or which vehicle is that logo on? Let's put it that way. Which vehicle is that logo on? All right, so because I said car company before, if I see the company first or the vehicle, then I am going to give it. If I see the vehicle first, I'm going to give it. If I see the company, I'm going to give it because I said company, right? But it is what is Corvette, and the Corvette is from Chevrolet. So if you put Chevrolet, you're correct because I said company, and if you put Corvette, you're correct. Okay, and that is for 4. So whichever I see first, then we'll get that point. So that's for 400 points.
So good.
All right, let's see who got it. Oops, 400 there. So Truck Life, what is Corvette? So 400 points for Truck Life. Then Tommy said Chevrolet, which is a company, mixing of him nimble fingers. Typo. Then baby Corvette. Sassy Corvette, King Lion Chevy, Truck Life Chevy. All right. So Truck Life, choose the next category and for how many points? Music for 300. This genre or style of music was the forerunner to reggae. So which type of music was the forerunner to reggae? That is, it was before reggae came into play. Welcome, Bagga Bagga. Happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for joining in.
Bless yourself, Bagga Bagga.
All right. And that is a double point answer. So 600 points to whoever got that correct. And the answer I am seeing already. So what is ska? So ska is the forerunner to reggae, and that is for 600 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Who that I put hip hop? It's a Jamaican music. Bagga Bagga. First on the board with the correct response.
Bagga Bagga.
Bagga Bagga. So Bagga. That's for 600 points. Then Truck Life, Sassy, mixing what
Bagga
is
Bagga for
Afro
much?
beats.
Bagga Bagga for
600.
Wow.
Then Daniel Ska, Sassy.
Okay, so the score as
it
is, Fluffy on 100 points, Daniel on 300 points, Bagga Bagga 600 points. Chuck Life, 800 points. And Baby, 4,300 points.
You might tell me, okay, okay, so Baga just give myself. All right, so Baga, choose the next category. Okay, landforms for 300. Fluffy said, I can't move at all. Just try. It's just that these people have alien Wi-Fi, so then quick and Olympic fingers. So landforms for 300. This was the category of Hurricane Charlie in 1951. So at what category did Hurricane Charlie hit Jamaica in 1951? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. I said I'm British. What is category 4? So Hurricane Charlie in 1951 hit Jamaica as a category 4, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Baga for 300.
Baga for 300.
Baga for 300. Rush Fluffy. Fluffy said, I can't move. And then Tammy, Baby. And that's that's how the answers came in. And Baga is saying landform for 400. Here, if we sweep the board. Jamaica has this type of climate. Jamaica has this type of climate. Run out, skip out, roll out. Jamaica has this type of climate. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is tropical. And that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, Baga for 400 points.
Baga for 400 points.
And fingered it all over the keyboard, but we know what he was typing. And okay, corrected it. And then Tiffany, Tammy, Truck Life, Mixing, Daniel. Right, it's saying landforms for 500. And it's a double point answer, so this is for 1,000 points. The cockpit country stretches for over this number of square miles. How many square miles is the cockpit country? How many square miles is the cockpit country? How many square miles? Okay, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is 500 square miles. And that is for 1,000 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, let me just refresh. Baby. So what is 500? So Baby get 1,000 points. Okay. Put it in the sink. Then
Baby get 1,000 points.
1,000 points, 500 square miles for
1,000 points for Baby.
Yep, and then mixing with 500. So Baby, choose the next category and for how many points?
So the score as it is: Fluffy on 100 points, Daniel 300 points, Truck Life 800 points, Baga 1,300 points, and Baby 5,300 points. Wow.
Okay, she's saying knowledge for 200. It is the longest river in Jamaica. Run out, people. It's the It is the longest river in Jamaica. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is, what is Rio Minho? So Rio Minho is the longest river in Jamaica, and I think it is located in Clarendon. I think we did that last week. All right, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first got that 200 points, or let's see who got the 200 points. Oops. Baga Baga.
200 points or Baga Baga?
200 points or Baga Baga.
Baga Baga.
Then Baby. And Sassy left off the what is your take shortcut. Then Mixing. Tommy said Baga Baga, yeah, too Baga Baga. It's a born Baga Baga. All right, so Baga Baga, choose the next category and for how many points? Oh, sure. Now let's see. All right, general knowledge for 300. In 1993, this Jamaican beauty was crowned Miss World. Run out, people. In 1993, this Jamaican beauty was crowned Miss World. Remember, name of a person. It is who is. Everybody, I run out. Oh, who is Lisa Hanna? Who is Lisa Hanna? And that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right. Chocolate said need a Baga Baga leak. Oh my God. So she said she not take shortcut because no matter how she answers, she not tapping the list. Hush. Truck life, is come back and say what is to. Okay, Baga Baga, who is Lisa Hanna? Oh, Jesus, upon his spelling. Who is Lisa Hanna? And that is for 300 points to Baga Baga. To Baga Baga.
300 points?
Mm-hmm. Then Tiffany, Baby, Sassy, Mixing, Danielle. Oh my God. All right. And that's and that's how the answers came in. So who got the points again?
Baga Baga.
Baga Baga, choose the next category and for how many points. Mixing, I'm gonna leave you right there, so I'm carry you come. Baga Baga, 400. This Jamaican-based comedy film released in 1993 is based on the Jamaican bobsled team's efforts to get to the Winter Olympics. Everybody run out. This Jamaican-based comedy film released in 1993 is based on the Jamaican bobsled team's efforts to get into the Winter Olympic. You dead? No, me not dead. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Cool Runnings. And that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. All right, let's see who picked up those 400 points. Truck Life is on a roll now. 400 for Truck Life. Then Tammy, Mixing, Sassy, Baby, Baga Baga. Danielle, Fluffy. Tammy said this was before Baga Baga time, him too young. All right, Truck Life is saying general knowledge for 500. So let's see. board's almost empty. This parish is the least populated in Jamaica. Learned something when I came across this. This parish is the least populated in Jamaica. Well, people know. All right. This parish is the least populated in Jamaica, and I see the answer that I am looking for. And drum roll, what is Hanover? So Hanover is the least populated parish in Jamaica, and that is for 500 points. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Sassy. So Sassy Diva is on the board with 500 points. Then Baby.
500 points, Sassy Diva?
Yep. Then Fluffy Diva.
All right.
If I say, go on, Sassy. Go through, Sassy. All right. So Sassy, choose the next category and for how many points?
Sassy has a big win there.
So, how many tins underneath here?
More soup and up there, right?
Okay, give them
More soup and up there.
Surprise. The first Daniel now, Sassy, it's a good look. Which category do you want, Sassy, and for how many points? Daniel is asking, what's the score?
Okay, so the score as it is, Fluffy on 100 points, Daniel on 300 points, Sassy Diva 500 points, Truck Life on 1200 points, Bugga Bugga 1800 points, and Baby 5,300 points to spare.
Okay, Sassy saying landform, so 100. It is the most elevated part of Jamaica. Run out, everybody. It is the most elevated part of Jamaica. 1 sec.
Going to the blues. Okay, I've seen the answer. Right. Okay. Why them British bad? The answer is there, honey. Okay. So the most elevated part of Jamaica, let me give some people a reminder. We have already seen the answer there. 7,402 feet above sea level. If your answer is not in respective of that, then you're out. All right. Ricardo said, Byron, shh. The answer was already answered, you know. So I don't give away anything. Right? Providing that the answer has been there, I'm only saying that, you know, the highest level seems to be quantitative of 7,402 feet above sea level.
Welcome, David. Happy Friday. How are you doing? Thank you so much for joining. And I see the answer that I'm looking for. And what is the Blue Mountains? So the Blue Mountains is the most elevated part of Jamaica. So let's see who first came in with the correct response, and that is for 100 points. So let me just refresh. What? First on the board with the correct response is David.
David.
What is Blue Mountain?
All right.
Then Baby, Mixing, Tiffany, Baby.
How much points for David?
For
the
100.
100.
Yeah, 100. Fluffy Diva. Oh my God. Put the peak. All right. You're barren about quantitative love. That's a mixing. David say, well, and they give me a sec. Come on, choose the next category. David always choose to run in this time to throw monkey wrench. Me, I tell you, I kick someone off the board. Every time I'm coming in monkey wrench.
If you monkey wrench don't kick off nobody off the board. 100 you come in with. No.
Well, there's more on the board, so.
Well, you have to get one of those. If you kick somebody off.
Since you're poor second and third, me around tonight, me feel like you and Blake.
Hey, you and Blake.
Oh, Lord, no offense, you need to be Usain Bolt. All right, so
you and Blake now go like that.
Choose David, we choose. No, sir. Hold on, may I come? Okay. Come and the hand fast, David. Landforms for 200. This hurricane hit Jamaica on 10th September 2004. This hurricane hit Jamaica on 10th of September 2004. Name the hurricane. Everybody run out. I see the answer that I am looking for in here. Whisper now. I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is, what is Hurricane Ivan? So what is Ivan? And nobody can forget that, because we pay for hurricane damage, but we light bill till we're weak. Oh my God, we pay for the damage till we need them start shake. Right. Let me see who first came in with the correct response. David.
Much?
Ivan, and that was for, 200 points.
200 points?
Yeah, 200 points. Then Tiffany, Daniel, okay, came back. Dino, Sassy, Baby, Tiffany, naturally Tammy. All right, so David is saying me, and then Ricardo, in drop bagga now. So David is saying music for 400. So then we only have one left. Remember the songs used to make you rock away are the words of a song. Words of a song by this Jamaican artist. Remember the song used to make you rock away are the words of a song by this Jamaican artist. When we used to play.
Such a sweet melody. See, love me there.
Somebody said catch coffee. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is with Beres Hammond. Remember the days. Who is paid 400? 400 points.
400 points. Who get that? Oh, 500 points there.
All right, so who is Beres Hammond? And that is Truck Life for 400 points.
Truck Life.
Then Tammy, Mixing, but you know, put out all her name, Baby, King Lion, Sassy,
All right.
Daniel,
So
David.
the score as it is, Fluffy on 100 points, Daniel and David on 300 points, Sassy Diva 500 points, Short Life 1600 points, Baga Baga 1800 points, Baby on 5300 points.
King Lion, so we need longer game. King Lion them get too professional at this, so the game start go faster now. Everybody turned prof. All right, so we only have one left, and then the board is gonna be clean. So I am going to reveal the oldest genre / style of music in Jamaica. The oldest, that's the operative word. The oldest genre or style of music in Jamaica. Oldest. Oh, Jesus. I'm not seeing the answer yet. All right, now I see what I'm looking for. The oldest genre style of music in Jamaica is mento. So what is mento? All right, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with those 500 points.
All right.
Let's see who first came in with those 500 points. Tiffany,
Whoa.
500 points. Tiffany just hop on the board the last minute. Just shoot out through a kangaroo ridge. So
Somebody
Tiffany,
in trouble.
then Baby, then
Somebody in trouble.
Chuckle, if I don't know which part you were there. Wait, David, say him first. Wait, let me go back up. It's David. Oh, yes, it's David first. Sorry. My apologies. So, David, 500.
So, no, David.
Hush, Tiffany, me just burst your bubble there.
So, David had done some dangerous damage here.
No coming in kangaroo.
Okay, so, Baby, Baga.
Baby said justice for Delco fridge. So, congratulations. You see, all David come now a light candle for me. Oh my goodness. And Baby shouting in a tone of words.
And David.
Well, congratulations to all the winners tonight, and well played games to all the participants, and thank you guys for always participating in Jeopardy. It's a way to increase our knowledge regarding our country, because lots of times putting it together, I learn things, and it also refreshes, memory, because things that we learn at school that, you forget, it's like a refresher. So, and then some things that come up that you never knew before.
Okay, so we have 5 persons on the board, right? So Sassy came in 5th place. 500 points goes to Sassy. And David make it on the board in 4th place. 800 points go to David. Short Life make it on the board 3rd place. 1,600 points, and Baga 2nd place, 1,800 points, and the winner is Baby, 5,300 points. All right, so that's it. So
well played
game.
Next time.
to all the participants, and for those who did not make it on the board, and those who make it on the board but did not in the top 5, well played game, because you're up against some really sharp fingers, and to make it on this board, it's always a tough one, right? And so then we congratulate those 5 persons who made it on the board: Sassy, David, Truck Life, Baga Baga, and Baby. Bless up. All right.
Look how me send me up on the board now. Board here.
I'm good. Hold on, the soup and hold on.
Oh, Daniel didn't make it into the. Oh my goodness, hush to Daniel, but at least you hop on the board.
Yeah.
And now I make the board. The comment before it lasts. Okay, hold on. Let me go back up. Let's see what you said. Okay, 846. All right, let me put it down. Okay. 408 flow for David. Okay. All right, so Truck Life is saying another wonderful topic, another wonderful game as usual. Always nice to be here on a Friday night. Thank you. Always nice to have you guys over on a Friday night. Really appreciate the good conversation and wonderful entertaining game. At the same time, learning while we're having fun. Okay. Talk to our nicely people. Okay. All right. So we have come. Okay, I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss anything there regarding the numbers. Ricardo, same number for me. Okay, I know which number you want, Ricardo. Okay. So again, England keeps saying we need it to be longer. Oh my God. England. Oh, Ricardo, and I have to give you let me see, I'm gonna do this. So Empress, I am going to task you with trying to organize the Team Jeopardy that we've been talking about for almost a year and a half now. So I am going to task you and Ricardo to organize it, and then we'll see how we'll get it to work with scoring on the board. Okay, you're sharing it with Fluffy. All right, did I have Fluffy's number? You can send me Fluffy number again on WhatsApp. On WhatsApp, Empress. Empress Ricky, you get job. Both of you get job. Both of you get the job. So you need to galvanize persons for the Team Jeopardy. Maybe 2 persons on each team, or see how many persons want to and if it tap turn off, it disappear message, cause if it and if it tap turn off, it disappear. It tap it. I turn it off or I turn it on. You know, because my phone a lot of the times I run out of storage, so I have to. If you know the amount of stuff that is on my phone, the other day I have to try and clean up one of the phones because I ran out of memory in one area. I also run out of memory on this one. I think the number should still be there. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to save storage space instead of having to pay for it. Because now everything, every turn you turn, everything is money. There's nothing free anymore. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. 1 year. It's over a year. We're talking about the team Jeopardy. So now I am tasking you and Ricardo to organize it. And then let me know when you guys are ready for the team Jeopardy, and then we can see how, well, I guess we can still score it the same way, because I don't think we'll be able to score it on the board itself, because then it's going to be too much work to try to pin in the score at the same time we're getting the answers in. Yep, Empress. Yep. But as I said, we always try to, when we speak about doing something, if we don't get to do it right away, it's still in the back of our mind to say that we have this to do. So we try to always keep our promises. That's why you see I don't have a membership for the channel, because with our schedule and stuff, I cannot promise people things that we cannot deliver. And with joining, people are going to expect you to do certain things or whatever you're going to promise for the membership. So we choose to just not do that, because then we might not be able to keep our promises or commitment, or keep up with the commitment that goes with our membership. So I chose not to go down that route, because our schedule is very tight right now, as you guys know how we work. And Byron is 7 days per week, and I am shift, and I go in at odd times, sometimes even on my days off. So it's very hectic for us. Oh my goodness, me talk about since me joined the channel last year, June. So it's my 1 year anniversary in the Mystic Sensation family. Is 1 year or 2 years, Empress? Anyway, happy anniversary. Thank you for your continued support. We love and appreciate you. Oh my goodness, I didn't even realize since you joined 1 year. Okay, happy anniversary. Sassy, it's 2 years, and that's what I'm thinking, Sassy. Oh, she insists that is 1 year, so. Okay. All right, guys. So it was wonderful as usual being with you guys. I know that you could have been otherwise minded. I know that I beat it like a drum. You could have been doing something else on your Friday night, but you chose to be with us, and we do not take that for granted. So again, thank you for your continued support. Thank you to those who have recently joined in the channel. Thank you for the insightful input into the discussion. Really appreciate it. Yes, Mixon, 2 years run off fast, I tell you. I think we started in March 2021. So we are 2 years on too. Thank you so much for still being here, Arlene. Really appreciate it. Yes, we started the channel in 2021 and trying to feel our way through what we were going to be doing. Yep, 2021. Yes. Oh yes. When we gave that's the first time you came on when we gave the 100 Canadian dollars as the prize, when Barrett thought that nobody would have gotten that riddle. Okay, well, thank you so much for your continued support. Really appreciate you, Empress. Thank you so much, and everybody else who has been on the journey with us from beginning or halfway through when we just started until now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate, really appreciate the continued support. Chocolate, so make some porridge for me, Arlene. Okay, love this family, love you too, Empress. Thank you so much. All right, guys, so I am not going to stay too long. And the rest hang up the call because you know so I always tired, Empress. You're welcome, Mixin. You're welcome. Thank you for your support too. You're welcome, Mixin. And thank you for your support. Baby say you look really tired. Yes, I am tired because even if I say I get a day off, you know, it's housework and all of that, and it's 3 levels to sort out when I have a day off. So it's not easy, and then laundry and everything else. And my daughter lives in Toronto, so it's not like I have another female in the house. It's mostly males. So you know how that goes. Okay, Empress, you're loud and clear. All right, guys. So thank you so much again. Really appreciate you guys. Have a wonderful and blessed weekend, and you stay safe and make sure that you take care of each other. Be your brother's keeper and take care of our little ones. Make sure they are safe. When I was growing up and when my parents were growing up, it says it took a village or a community to grow a child, and we need to go back to that and start looking out for these little ones because they are our future. And it's so sad with what happened with this little girl that is now in the hospital because some monster decided to take her and then slash her throat. You know, what could an 8-year-old child, you know what? It is just sad. Anyway, guys, I just pray that she continues to recover physically and will get the help that she's going to need mentally because it's going to have a psychological impact on her. So, guys, stay blessed, stay safe, and safe travel on the gravel. Until next week, peace out. Love you all. Thanks for joining.